Hello, hello. Stream will be starting in just a few moments. Oh man, it's been a little while. Streamed a little bit. Hey, B-Raw. Yeah, man, a lot has happened, that's for sure. Jeez Louise. That is for sure. A lot has happened. Boy. How you been, B-Roll? It's good to have you in the chat. I gotta make a trip up there, man. I keep telling myself that. I need to go see y'all. Oh yeah, you got dance class. What dance are they gonna be doing today? It was tight seeing you finish his collection. Yeah, that video was awesome, man. Waltz. Okay. Waltz is a good one. Oh, man, getting classically elegant with the waltz. Here, let me turn on my cam view. Hey, everyone. Zelda's Lullaby? Wait, are you guys actually dancing to Zelda's Lullaby? That would be pretty sick. What? Yes, sir. Did you pick the song, though? Did you pick it? And I didn't. My choice, of course. Of course you picked that song. I would too. The song slaps. Oh man, my choice. You know what? I would have never thought that that song could work in a waltz format, you know? But it makes sense that it does. It's just something that you would never think of. I wonder how many other songs would work in that format, you know? Hey, Billtron, he's in the YouTube chat. I do need to get that plugin to merge the two chats so that that way you guys' comments on the YouTube side shows up on stream. But Billtron182 said, "Yo, love doing Marcello's video, man. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you." I wonder if there's a way to like direct reply to people. I'll have to figure that out one of these days. But thank you. Yeah, man. Just a gamer out here trying to save consoles. That's the mission. That's the mission. Appreciate you subscribing and showing up for this video. Wanted to talk about it a little bit with everybody. That video was so awesome to do, man. So awesome to do. I figure while I'm working on repairs, I could chat with you guys. And fun fact, that video was not scripted. All of that was like one takes, freestyle off the dome, and I'm just glad I didn't sound too goofy and I didn't sound too corny. Oh man, it was a good time, man. Marcello and his broski, they're just great people. Oh, we have an alert. Rad Computers, thank you, appreciate the follow, man. Welcome to the pack. Oh yeah, there's so much to talk about. So, not only did we do the video, yo, welcome Rad Computers. Jeff, how's it going, man? Hey, it's GameCube Galaxy, the man himself in the Twitch chat. Welcome, man. Oh, B-Raw showing some love to GCG. B-Raw said, "I loved your videos." Yeah, man, he makes like phenomenal content. The editing is top tier. It's just, oh man, that video was so awesome. Yeah, GameCube Galaxy, I was telling everybody how like all of that was like one take. Like I didn't that was all off the dome for both of us. That was all freestyle off top. Here, I'm just making a quick Instagram post and then we'll go ahead and get started with the repairs for the evening. I think the last repair we did in honor of the video that was upcoming, we did a GameCube repair and a GameCube controller from a Melee player that had stick drift because, of course, as a Melee player, your controller is gonna get stick drift. Excuse me. No, overall, it was just, man, I would love to do that again. And I'm like really looking forward to potentially going to like video game conventions, maybe even going with GameCube Galaxy. I think that would be very cool. Oh, actually, it's actually nicer to have the chair over here so you guys can see. But yeah, we got a few repairs stockpiled up. Some of them are easier, just trying to ease my way back into things. As you guys know, or the people who kind of know me, I'm a bit of a private person. And I didn't want to post on my social media, despite like, you know, customers reaching out and saying, "Hey man, noticed you didn't stream Saturday, everything okay?" Yeah, for the most part, everything's okay. It's just, I found out my grandmother passed away. And her memorial service was that Saturday. Now me, I'm not someone who likes a whole lot of pity and all that good stuff. I've been through enough loss to learn how to deal with it. But just throwing that out there as to why I haven't been streaming, just family life events, you know. As we get older, so do our loved ones. So it's one of those things. But I didn't want to start this on a super down note. I want to keep things up. Turning on my fan under here because it does get toasty in my office. Billtron on the YouTube side says, "Nah man, you sounded great. You seemed a bit nervous in the beginning, but you got comfortable, and it was a great combo. By the way, between you guys, I love when you were talking about each box having a memory attached to it." Yes sir. Everything nowadays, it's not about just having everything, Billtron. It's about like things that matter to me. Like Zelda's a big game that's part of my history. Banjo, that's why I made sure to get the Banjo amiibo twice. One to open and then one to keep in box. Halo was huge. I remember, so me and my family growing up, we would go to resorts, thanks to my Aunt Carol, shout out to her. And, you know, we would spend our time there, and one thing we did was we system linked Xboxes and played Halo, so that was a big thing. Oh, Rad Computer says, "I've been on a 4-year 4-year hiatus from doing live stream repairs. Hey, it happens. Life be lifing, but I'm glad you're here, man. And shoot, if you ever wanna like stay in the chat and tell people stuff or show people stuff, I'm down. In fact, shoot, here I'll do this. Just dropped you a follow, man. I think more of us in this type of community need to work together. Just in my short experience of like starting a formal business, I've had a few people kind of be hesitant to work with me, or like just a little, I don't know, it's just a little awkward. I feel like people are worried that life be life and quote of the day. Yeah, I've been on a 4-year hiatus. But yeah, you can make your comeback anytime, man. Alright, so Billtron on the YouTube side also said, and the part where you were talking about your dad was beautiful. Man, I always got to give my dad credit. Funny enough, he'll probably pop into the stream because he's back from his trip in Dubai. Oh, this light. He's back from his trip in Dubai. I got to drop off his mail, actually. He's probably going to tell me that in chat. But yeah, my dad, he was smiling. My dad is basically, oh, it's Tina. It's Tina. My dad's partner has joined the chat. She was also in Dubai with him. They were both there. Welcome, Tina. I promise I'll drop off y'all's mail in packages. I promise. They're very safe and sound. But here, I'm gonna transition over to the top-down view. Oh man, I forgot to double check my microscope view, but I will do that closer to when I need it. But here, let's transition. Overhead view. There we go. We got the overhead. Oh, it's all good. We about to go to dinner. Oh, okay. Gotcha. But yeah, Rad Computers, it's nice to have you in here. That's awesome. Billtron in the YouTube chat said, sorry for your loss, man. Thoughts and prayers to you and your family. Thank you so much for your condolences, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm not a super emotional guy when it comes to stuff like that, but it does affect me. I'm just very private with it, I guess. Like I'll just disappear, which is not the best thing to do, especially when you have people expecting you to stream or expecting repairs, especially from customers and things like that. But I try to do my best to let people know, like, what's going on, especially those who reach out. It's just the way life is sometimes. Sorry for the slight disorienting. I'm just trying to make sure the camera's as straight as it can be. Stan the Man said, hold up, why am I getting ads now? Oh yeah, you subscribe with Twitch Prime. I think you have to do it every month, or there's some way to set it up where it's recurring, or maybe you can't with Twitch Prime. I think you have to manually do it every month. Resub with Prime. When I looked into it, it turns out you have to resub with Prime every month. But yeah, just to get, what the heck? Here is this. Alright, interesting. It's already been a month? That's crazy. Yeah, man. It's been like a little over a month since I became affiliate already, which is insane to me. I still can't believe it happened so quickly. And thanks to everybody like seeing me through Marcello's video. Super grateful for that. I got a little bump of followers, which is really cool. It's just more people joining the pack, man. Oh, what were you saying previously? About business. Oh, I remember. I got you. 1 second. So Billtron in the YouTube chat said, I feel you, lol. We all handle it differently. I try not showing my emotions as much, and I handle it by making jokes at the wrong times. We all do, man. We all know psychology-wise that laughter is a way to deal with stuff. It's just a coping mechanism at times. It works, though. GameCube Galaxy said, Jeff, the amount of people that reach out to me saying how genuine you seemed as a person is really awesome. Man, I saw some of those comments. They were blowing my mind. I was like, how can you get all that from the camera? It's like, you guys don't even know me. But I was like, maybe it shows through sometimes, I guess. I guess some people, I don't know. They just come off of how they are, and some people don't, I guess. I try to be genuine, that's for sure. I try to be consistent and genuine with my personality. But Rad Computers. So what I was saying about business before you got hit with ads was that just in my short stint locally of being in this business, which is ironic because globally, like I get messages of people wanting to work with me, and I'm always open for that. I think that's awesome. But locally, I feel like it's too close to home where people feel like you're taking food out of their mouth, I guess. And I get it, right? There's only so many repairs to go around. And it's not all about the money for me. Like it helps to support myself and then also like get better equipment so I can show more, but it's not all about the money. Because for the time being, I still have my day job, thankfully. And but yeah, some people, they just don't want to work with you when it comes to business, like locally. I guess they feel, like I said, that you're taking their customers. A GameCube Galaxy, Billtron, he's in the YouTube chat. He said, "Tell GameCube Galaxy, Billtron says, what's good? One of my best friends since childhood. Dang near a brother. Yo." So y'all go way back. See, now I want to meet Billtron. Billtron 182. He must be a Blink 182 fan. Rad Computer says, "I built my computer repair business based on referrals from the ground up." Yep. We work with a lot of other computer/phone repair companies in the Phoenix area. What? You're in Phoenix? What? Phoenix is like one of my favorite cities to visit. I think the next time I go out there to visit friends, I'm gonna try to hit you up. You might get a whisper from me randomly one day on Twitch. Hopefully you're available, and if you're open to it, of course, not imposing. But yeah, that'd be sick. Maybe I could stop by your shop. That would be sick. It's hot here, bro. Hit me up though. I'll bring ice cream. Man, you know how I knew it was hot in Phoenix? When I went to Chili's, and Chili's has the door handles wrapped in towels because they use the metal chili peppers as the handles, and it's so hot that you'll burn your hand, so they wrap it in towels. Yep. That's when I was like, oh, okay, Arizona heat hit different. Oh yeah, Blink is one of my favorites. See, I knew it. I knew that 182 came from somewhere. Billtron, GameCube Galaxy said, haha, yep, Billtron and I have been childhood friends for well over 2 decades. Many memories gaming during the 6th Gen too. I'll jump on the YouTube stream to chat there, actually. Okay, yeah, see you on the YouTube side. Soon I'll have a plugin, so, cause, I don't want the YouTube crowd to feel left out. So, soon I found one, I just gotta integrate it. So maybe after the stream today, I'll work on integrating it. Plus, I got a replacement light for this light that likes to flicker, which is so annoying, but is what it is. For now. I always like to improve. See? Did it again. Hey, he's back. Alright, but let's get started with some repairs, and I can talk while fixing stuff. Try to be productive. So, to start with, we have an Xbox Series X that won't power on. The suspicion is the power supply. So as always with our repairs, I'm going to hop over to this test stream and try to reproduce the issue. I'm just going to turn it on, see what happens. Oh yeah, I still have this GameCube on my bench top. I haven't had much time to move it. Here, let me do that now. Sorry about this. Yeah, actually, I took Mondays. I usually stream on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and Saturdays. That's kind of the rough schedule I have. I'm just trying to test it out and lock it in before I commit to it. And yeah, I didn't stream this Monday. I took a day for bereavement, also from my day job as well. Just kind of as a way again to reset a little bit. Hard reset sometimes. Here, let's get these down here. Alright. One of them is overheating, and then the other one is just HDMI port replacement. So we got power connected. Here, let me see. Just power connected. Oh yeah, nothing. I don't know if you guys can see that. Oh, my bad. And I didn't switch the camera angle. Here, sorry about that, guys. So yeah, I have this Xbox Series X in the back here. Series S. Oh, that's not good. Get that there. Break these down. Okay. A little off today. But I'm pressing the power button, nothing's happening, so this thing is getting no juice. So let's crack it open. And I already ordered a replacement power supply, so I'm gonna try that. But here, let's see. And we keep oven mitts in our cars to drive from Rad Computers. Yeah, a friend of mine, he had a Toyota Camry, and it has that like rubberized plastic steering wheel. Oh yeah, that'll burn your hands real good. Last video was an absolute banger. Oh my gosh, yes it was. GameCube Galaxy cooked on that one. Give this man his stars, bro. Give this man his Michelin stars. Give him his stars, no Mario 64, you know what I'm saying? Corny dad jokes, including video games. I got plenty of those, that's for sure. Alright, so let's go over to the overhead cam. So here's our Series S that we're going to work on. Here's the replacement power supply. I found a vendor that can get parts to me overnight recently. Found it through networking, so that really helps. This vendor should help me, like, do repairs more efficiently. So I was super happy to find them. I found them through another business that works with me when it comes more to mobile repairs. I can do mobile repairs, but I'm just not a huge fan of doing them. But that's where they specialize in, so we kind of bounce off of one another, which is really cool. I do consoles, they do mobile, and then we kind of have this symbiotic relationship. You remember, like, what we learned in biology? I know y'all remember that. A mutualistic relationship. It's that, and everybody remembers what the mitochondria is. That's like the two most memorable things when it comes to biology classes. Alrighty. Use this mat that I shouted out in the video. It's the Dolphin install game should run at 30. Oh yeah, Marcello, man, that video was just top tier. Nobody I've talked to had criticism for it. Like, some people are super critical or would say, oh, this is this, why did he do that? But I didn't hear that from anybody. Everybody I showed the video to or sent it to, they were just like, man, this is awesome. This turned out good. And they would ask me, do you like the way it turned out? I'm like, of course I like the way it turned out. What are you talking about? What do you mean? What is there not to like? You know? Well, yeah, I'm gonna try to ease back into things. You know what? I might stream an extra day this week just to try to catch up. I don't usually stream on Sundays, but I might stream on a Sunday. Usually Sundays are like my complete day off, but just to catch up, I might. Because I feel bad, of course, because I actually care. Some would say too much, but I don't think so. Let's see. Oh, I don't blame you. So since I always play third, pedal the Sonya Denver. I know you don't. I wouldn't want to disgrace game class with that filth. Rad Computer says, don't do it, man. Take days off. Part of my 4 or 5 year hiatus stems from a mental breakdown from working too much. Oh, snap. Really? Okay. I mean, I definitely value the experience you have. And you know what? What's funny is I was a little over ambitious at first. I originally was like, oh yeah, man, I'm going to stream 6 days a week and work 1,880 days in a row. Don't do it, my man. What? Yeah, that's tough. That's tough. Yeah, I would not do. I would try not to do that. Yeah, that's a lot. It's funny. Yeah, like I was saying, my original schedule was a bit too much, and someone had to point that out to me. They were like, yeah, this is a little aggressive, don't you think? And it made me think about it. And I was like, what do you mean? I was like, I'm going to be working anyway. Might as well stream too. And they were like, well, just be careful, man. You got to have some work-life balance. Because I still have a day job too. So it's like, I was leaving work just to come here and then, do the electronic repairs and stream. But she was like, no, that might be a bit too much. I think you're overdoing it. Rad Computers. I'm on Reddit and r/computer text a lot, telling people the same thing over and over. You absolutely must have work-life balance. Hey man, I trust you, 1000%. I believe. I am a firm believer in that. And you know, the more I thought about it, I was like, yeah, it's not going to be sustainable. You know what? I think that's why I ended up having the camera further out. You know, I don't like it too much, but at least it keeps the consoles in frame. Yeah, this is better. GameCube Galaxy and Biltron talking it up. He said, "All right, man, I'm about to bounce, have dinner with the family, but I'll try to jump back on after." Okay, yeah, Marcello, aka GameCube Galaxy, I'll see you. Thank you. I'll try my best to have fun with this. See you later, man. Enjoy dinner. Enjoy time with the family. But yeah, I think the goal this time around is just make sure I have a good balance, something sustainable, even if I have to tell people. And this is probably the hardest part, is just telling people I can't. Like, sorry, I'm not, like, certain workloads I can't do, or I have a backlog already, and I just don't want to disappoint you, so let me tell you up front. Let me be up front with you. And if at that point they're still like, okay, we're okay with your lead time, cool. But if not, it's like, you know, I'm sorry. Hopefully you can find an alternative that works for you. Because I can only be so many places, at so many times. I only have 24 hours, man. Same 24 hours as everybody else. And like, how would that be, you know? Because I'm trying to be somewhat entertaining slash educational when I'm streaming. So imagine I'm streaming and it's like, oh man, this guy he sounds like a zombie. What's going on? He's not interesting at all. He's making me not want to do electronic repairs, you know? That wouldn't be good either. But yeah, Rad Computers, I agree. You know what? That's something I've been thinking about doing, is joining Reddit. Like, you know, just to, you know, I'm not a huge forum guy. Like, of course I use forums for information, but it'd be nice to start posting. It'd be another way to kind of give back. Like, maybe if I have downtime. I am working on a Discord, though, that'll kind of serve that purpose. So I don't know. I might just invest my time on the Discord that I'm cooking up. It's almost done, by the way. Man, this thing is pretty good shape. It's not like super dirty. Like, I can't tell if it doesn't smell like it came from a smoker's home. Yeah, maybe a little bit. You can usually smell it. Usually tell. Alright, Billtron said, how did you get into doing console repair? Excuse me. Did you take courses to learn how to? Well, here's what I'll say. I didn't learn, like, I don't think there's any specific courses that I know of formally, like from a college or university, that teaches like console repair. Maybe I'll start that up, who knows? Maybe that's a goal of mine. But basically I learned soldering when I was about 17, which is crazy to say. Jeez, feels so long ago. I was still in high school. I got my certification in soldering then. And I've always played video games and broke the fear of opening things up. So once that happened, yeah, working on consoles wasn't a big deal. But then also in my day job, I'm an electronic hardware engineer. So I'm just super comfortable working around electronics. You know, repairing them, modifying them. And electronics are electronics. It doesn't matter what application, whether it's for automotive application, locomotive application, console application. If it has electrons running through it, they all run off the same principles. So that's kind of how I got into it and how I am where I am. Let me get a bigger bits for these screws. Yeah, there we go. That fits better. Hopefully that answers your question. That's a great idea, man. It would be a lot of work, but building a course teaching how to fix different electronics would be awesome. Yes. I think the one main benefit of trying to teach a course particularly with video game consoles, is how to deal with the disk drives. Because I feel like that's one niche where once they go bad, there's no real way to just fix them. I have heard of like people using like replacing the diode on the laser to get it to work. And to me that seems like more of a repair, right? Like you're replacing a component that's bad, like component level repair. And that's what I'm hoping can come soon when it comes to disk drives. Rad Computer said, I had to switch to YouTube. Too many ads on Twitch. I got you. Yeah, the Twitch ads are a bit aggressive. He said, there are some here in Phoenix area that teach computer repair, like Maricopa Community College teaches computer repair. Gotcha. And then Billtron said, I've always been paranoid to take my systems apart, because I'll either forget how to put it back together, or if I got it back together, I would lose the screws to seal it back up. Oh man, you gotta give yourself more credit. Especially nowadays, there's like many guides online. Like iFixit does a good job of having like guides on their website, of like how to, the exact order and process. Like they take the time to put pictures together and put like arrows and color code things. YouTube ads are out of control these days. Yeah, I guess not for my channel. I'm not quite there yet, which is a good thing for everybody. For you guys, maybe one day, I'll be monetized and I guess they'll run ads, which, yeah, it's one of those necessary evils, I guess. There we go. Alright, so now we have access to the power supply. And I think at this point, I can just swap it and see what happens. So the power supply just pulls up. You know what? I kind of want to test it first. Because what if it's not the power supply? Then that's going to be a pain. Here, let's put that over there. I'm going to plug this into AC and see what voltage I'm getting on these pins. Let's see. I'm building an online course from computer repair, but I suck at console repair. Would you like to help me create that as part of the course? What? That would be cool. I'm down. Shoot. I am so down for that. I'm so glad you entered the stream to ask me that question. That's awesome. Yeah, I'd be down. I don't know. I think I have my email address on my YouTube channel. If you want to just email me, I'll keep an eye out for your email. And then if you search me on Google, my public business cell phone number is on Google. And Billtron said, you're doing awesome, man. Your channel is absolutely going to keep growing. The stuff is interesting, and you're super positive and seem to be genuinely enjoying yourself while you do it. Alright, sweet. Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Billtron. Yeah, man, this stuff is like, I honestly find myself lucky that I can do electronic repair and gaming and just combine it. I to this day, I still think I'm extremely lucky that things kind of worked out that way. And okay, Rad Computers, I'll look out for your message on IG. Thank you. Yeah, however I can help, that'll be cool. Maybe start with modern consoles and then work our way back or something. Alright, let me get a power cord. And then we can... Yep, message received, Rad Computers. Alright, nice. I have a power cord. I just want to see to show you guys, like, what exactly is this power supply actually the problem or not. And just because it shows the proper voltage doesn't mean it does under load. So that can be, man, this is so short. How the heck? What in the world? This is so short. I have longer ones. Oh wait, I forgot I have that cable. How long is this one? But it's off screen. Let me see. Let me see if I have a longer AC cord. see, power cord. Have a longer one. Maybe I need to bring out a strip onto the top of my workbench here, because this is a little rough. Yeah, this is super short. Alright, well, here, I'll do it off screen, because I have a cable already set up. So I'll plug this in over here, and then I will show you guys the meter. Like this. Have it in the screen. Let's see what I get. Yeah, it's outputting 12 volts. So I don't think the power supply is bad. But it was not turning on. Fun to try to troubleshoot. This is going to be one that's going to be a little more tough. I might save this for my off stream. That's something I've been kind of concerned about. Maybe I can get your guys' opinion on it. Is, you said you still have a day job? What do you do? Yeah, so I'm an electronic hardware engineer for a locomotive signaling company. So the company I work for, we develop, design, and sell products for detecting trains, as well as other products for doing different things. So, for example, when a train goes by, we make the electronics that make the gates come down and the lights flash. So very safety critical equipment that we make. It's kind of fun. I never thought I would end up working on trains or in the locomotive sector, transportation sector, but it's been fun. I've been enjoying it. But yeah, that's what I do for my day job. I used to work for a tower company that erected towers for communication, including trains. See, that's awesome. If you're in Phoenix, I'm trying to remember what railroad is out there. I can't remember off the top of my head. This one's going to be interesting to try to figure out why it's not working. Alright, let's be gentle with this. There we go. We got the fan out. Oh man, here I thought this would be a simple power supply swap. I mean, I guess I could still try that. I don't think that's it though. So power inputs here. I wonder if there's like a FET that's bad or something. MOSFET. Here, I'll do a little bit of probing, but I won't spend too much time doing that on stream. I think they're still in business. That'd be cool. Hey, it's Press Start Player 1. Awesome to see you're streaming all kinds of repairing content. Found out I'm going to need some retro repairs down the road. Glad I caught one of your YouTube streams. Yeah, man. Thank you. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, if you ever need anything, you could find my Google business page. I link all my links on Twitch. That's kind of where everything is. YouTube kind of has a landing page. You can contact me any way you can get in contact with me. I'll make some time to reply to you. But you know what? Like I said, let's try the new power supply, even though I don't think that's the issue at this point, especially after connecting it and seeing that it's still outputting 12 volts. I think for now I'm going to say it's good. I like to mark it. I don't think this is the problem. I think it's going to be a component on the board. But we're already here, might as well. Something just to rule it out. In electronics, sometimes it's good to just rule things out so you're not questioning it. And that way you can get closer and closer to the true answer. Viltron said, since you've been repairing consoles, have you come across any issues that you couldn't resolve or fix? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, of course. Like when someone comes to me with a console that's like completely submerged in water and completely eroded, like there's certain. I would like to say this. Here's my true answer to that, Biltron. Is that everything is fixable, but not everything is financially responsible to fix, if that makes sense. Like if someone came to me that had like a PCB that was snapped in half, right? Like boom, clean in half, snapped it, broke it over their knee or something, right? Like one of these green boards right here. Technically you could fix it. You could figure it out and remake every single trace that got broken and every single component, replace it, find a way to connect it all, and it'll probably work. The problem with that is though, the cost is gonna be way more than the replacement cost. You might as well just buy another one. The only thing where I see like expensive repair or recovery is worth it is data recovery. So like if you have pictures of your grandmother that there's no other way you can get, or pictures of your son being born, or these one-time life events that you'll never be able to redo, then I can see someone spending up to like maybe $1,000, maybe even more, depending on how sentimentally valued that information, that data is to them. But certain things, it gets to the point where it's like, even if I can fix it, there is a breaking point where I'll tell a customer, hey, at this point you're encroaching on the territory where like you can just replace it, and you might as well do that. That's the better option at that point. Would I love to take your money? Sure. But am I going to advise you for that? No, absolutely not. Rad Computer says, yes. See, you get it. And I can see with computers where people are more willing to spend more money because you have valuable data. Let's say you're a student and you have your paper on there, or you're a PhD student, you have your dissertation or something, or thesis. Man, you're going to do everything you can to get that data, but it's going to be rough. So Biltron said, so almost like when there's a car accident and they considered it totaled, even though it's not, but it costs way more to repair than replace. Precisely. And that's what I kind of want to start implementing, that model in my not only my onboarding process for new customers, but also like how I communicate with customers. Like, and that's the perfect analogy that I like to use, is it's just like a car. Like technically the car, you can fix it, right? Let's say a 90s Honda Civic where they say it's only worth $2,000. Well, technically you could fix it. It might just be, the repair might be worth, well, it might cost more than the replacement cost. So at that point, it's just not really worth it. Rad Computer said there's also the opposite, where people seem to have a misconception that they need to fix a computer to get their data off of it. Oh yeah, yeah. I might have a customer right now who's in that category. I will definitely try to communicate that with them. But okay. Yeah, some people think you have to fix a computer. It's like, no, you can just pull the drive off, right? If you have an enclosure or another slot on your motherboard, you can just access the data and get your data off of it. But some people don't realize that. You're right. Some people are like, oh my gosh, my computer doesn't turn on anymore. Whether it's a bad battery, MOSFETs, whatever. And they're just like, well, rip, there goes all my data. It's like, no, don't reinstall Windows. Don't format. Bring it to a professional. They can definitely get your data off. Well, let me not say definitely. There are times where like sectors are damaged, especially with spinning drives and things like that. So here, let me install the new drive. I don't think this is going to work, but I'm already here. Might as well. Just to rule it out, like I said earlier. Let me get the power switch on there. And we're going to give this a spin. Let's see what we get. And Biltron said, have you ever had a situation where it seemed unfixable and you surprised yourself by being able to repair it? Yes. Absolutely yes. There's actually a PS5 that I worked on years ago when I first started taking in orders. I think this person left like the second Google review video on my Google business page. And as I was troubleshooting it, I found a short on the board, right? And I'm like, okay, there's the short here. There's definitely a short. I see it. What can I do? And I was trying to isolate which capacitor was shorted. And as I injected voltage into the board, because if you injected voltage on a shorted circuit, whatever component is shorted will get hot because that's where electrons are flowing the quickest. So it's like, okay, I had my thermal camera ready. And if you don't have a thermal camera, there's other ways. You can use the alcohol method, or if you're brave, the finger method. And I was looking, and I'm like, all right, I'm injecting voltage, and I see something getting hot, and I'm like, oh, okay. And then I go to probe, and the short went away. And to this day, the short is still has not come back. So that's not really I didn't think I could fix it. I was just kind of in the troubleshooting like mode, and that's very time consuming. And I was like, okay, injecting voltage fixed it. Now would I recommend you do that at all? No. Unless you're just trying to find a short, sure, but for that, I couldn't believe it. I'm like, what in the world? Alright, so let's see. Yeah, see, this is what I thought. This is with the new power supply, it's still not turning on. Yeah, something else is definitely wrong. That means 12 volts is getting to the board. Here, let me bring this over. So I just tested it out with the replacement power supply and no dice, which is what I thought would be the case. Let's go back over to the overhead. Press Start Player 1 said, what's a gaming console, current or retro, that you haven't repaired yet that you would like to repair? Hopefully easy repair that you would like to fix. Ooh, that's a good question. I like that. Man, you YouTubers are awesome. I mean, the Twitch side asks good questions, and I'm not trying to start a civil war or anything, but there's some good questions over there from you guys. Maybe because you guys are like kind of already in the hobby, which is cool. A console that I want to repair that I haven't. Ooh, that's a good question. Current or retro that I have not repaired. I've worked on some cool stuff so far. Like Game Gear, I fixed that, recapped the Game Gear, that was cool. Sega Nomad, Sega CD. The Sega CD-X that I worked on actually blew my mind. That was the coolest console I ever worked on. Maybe a Panasonic Q. Press Start Player 1. If I had to answer your question just off the top of my head, Panasonic Q. And I am itching to get good at the yellow light of death repair. I am like working on a solution to do that. Yeah, the CDX is probably one of the cooler ones. But I would say Panasonic Q. That's because it's a GameCube, but it's more than a GameCube. I feel like that would be a cool one. And there's also some cool stuff that a friend of mine named Joseph told me about. That's really awesome. Man, this thing has a grip on this thing. Why is it not letting go? It should just be the pins over here. Aww. Has a little bit of a death grip, like a new they call it the new when you replace the NES 72 pin slot, game card slot. Yeah, this thing is just not letting go. Wow, it's like it wants to take the whole board with it. Okay, let's get this power switch off. I'm here. All testing can now commence. Hey, Crash, how you doing? Hey, what's up, Dad? Alpha Nows, hello. I am back. Yes, it's nice to have you back, Dad. Hope you enjoyed your trip to Dubai. Alright, Rad Computers on YouTube said, is the yellow light of death the one that requires reballing, reflowing? Yes. And then there's the Frankenstein mod. I don't know if you heard of that about that, Rad Computers, where you take the smaller nanometer processor from a PS3 Slim and transplant it onto a PS3 backwards compatible, and it's like the ultimate end all be all repair for the PS3s that are backwards compatible. Man, I want to do that so bad because I have a few that I have for R&D purposes. I'm gonna try to figure out a consistent way to repair them. And there's guys on YouTube like RIP Felix, who's been kind of spearheading that. This thing really doesn't want to let go. Okay. Let me see if I can get the rest of the board off, and then I'll go from there. I don't want to damage the PCB by flexing it too much. You'd have to be Dr. Frankenstein to want to do that repair. Straight up crazy. I know. I want to do it so bad. And I have access to I currently have access to a BGA rework station, like one of those PDR IR infrared based reflow stations, reballing stations that I want to use. Plus, I just want to get good at it. I think that'll be cool. Just a challenge, something fun. I like a little chaos and challenge in my life. Hence, probably why I played Melee competitively for so many years. You know what? I'm gonna spend, what time is it? 7:53. I'll spend a little bit of time actually probing this board just to see what I can find, because I want to have an answer for the owner. And then, yeah, another day I can work on see now from this angle, so I can get it off. There we go. Is it stuck here? Yes, it is. Second-hand power supply is really being annoying. Let's see. What happened to the background music? What do you mean? Is the background music not playing? What happened to the background music? Are you guys not hearing background music? I'm a little worried now. I hear it. Oh, okay. Crash hears it. I don't know, Dad. Maybe check your settings, maybe? Your volume settings? Alright, Rad Computer says, I can do soldering work, but only if I can identify the issue. I can't identify jack squat, so I generally stick with basic DC jack repairs. I look forward to learning more. Huh. Yeah, I'm hoping to be more of a resource for like in-depth electronic repair and like the steps you need to go down through to kind of figure out like, okay, where is the issue? Where is the issue? Man, this like doesn't want to let go. I have never had this issue happen. I wonder if it's because it's the aftermarket one. Maybe there's like a tab or something. Let's see about doing this. I guess let me wait till I have it fully removed. There we go. Yeah, it's just a snug fit because it's new. Interesting. Yeah, okay. Wow. Well, let's assume this one's good. Excuse me. Wait a minute. Is that near the power input? No. Okay. It's not near the power input. That does look rough though. It's like it burned a hole in the board or something. Let me take a look at that section on the microscope. And then I can switch over to the microscope view for you guys. I mean, that looks rough, but that doesn't... Is that a rip trace? Hold on 1 second, guys. I will show you what I'm seeing a little bit. Hoping that's just dirtiness. Here, let's switch over to the microscope view. Okay, hold on 1 second. Microscope view does this from time to time when I restart my PC. Not sure why exactly, but here, 1 second. It's like I have to deselect it and reselect it. Oh, now it's not appearing. Okay, hold on. Let's go back to the overhead view. Let me unplug it. Plug it back in. The classic unplug, replug, turn off, turn back on. Special. And there it is. There we go. Just like that. Not sure why that happens every time. Start Player One said, if you could visit one of the major gaming companies, i.e. Nintendo, Sony, Microsoft, Sega, back in the day, etc., at their electronic design factory. Man, Player One got the questions today. That is a phenomenal question. So, if I could visit any one of those studios from back in the day, out of Nintendo, Microsoft, Sony, and Sega, 1000% Sega. 1,000,000% Sega. They were so ahead of the curve, man. Like the Dreamcast is a technical marvel that just didn't come out at the right time to get appreciated. Or maybe it just got overshadowed. Whatever the reason was, they were so ahead. Like even their arcade cabinets, just ridiculous. They were just ridiculous. Their audio chip, like certain things from Sega just slapped. If I could visit one spot, like one of those companies, electronic facility or like electronic engineering, it would definitely be Sega. Alright, so let me show you guys what I'm seeing. Sorry, I had to answer that question. That was a great question. Rad website says they're still doing machines for casinos? Oh, really? Huh. I did not know that. I've never been to a casino before. But interesting, I did not know that. So you guys see this like kind of damage here? Like whatever this splotch is? I'm gonna rub it away and clean it off, but I see some exposed trace. And there's also some down here. It doesn't look like any components were knocked off, thankfully. But I'm thinking something ate away? Not entirely sure, but let's clean it up and see. Again, I don't want to spend too much time doing this type of technical electronic repair. You know what? Maybe I should dedicate a day on my stream to do this. Because, you know, some people would find it boring, but this would be, like, more in-depth for the people who want to know. I think maybe it'll be worthwhile. Okay, so I'm not seeing any signs of a component being ripped off yet, so that's good. Or is that a sign of a component ripped off? Oh, sorry guys. Forget the zoom is... What I see from the binoculars is not the exact same as what is being seen. But the fact that there's exposed copper here is kind of concerning. There's also some down here, which makes me think potentially there was a component on those pads. Okay, I might need to grab another board for reference, but I'm going to continue on with my visual inspection. What is this? Wait, what is this? Get my tweezers. This little piece of black debris. Get this out of here. Here, while I'm doing the visual inspection, I'm going to go to the overhead cam because I'm going to be moving the board very quickly. I don't want it to be too jarring. But I'm just looking for anything obvious. So, any damage to the PCB, which is printed circuit board, any components that look like they've gone bad, any scratched or ripped traces, things like that. Something I could pick up easily. from a visual inspection. Hey, Rad websites. Oh, it's me, Rad Computers. I'm just following you on some of my other accounts. Oh, I had a feeling when I saw RAD in the beginning. I was like, I wonder if it's the same guy. I didn't want to assume, but thanks for clarifying. And I appreciate that. Thank you. Number go up is good. It's good for the dopamine. Number bigger. I wonder if there's a fuse I can check. You know what? I think I see a fuse on the board. I'm gonna check it. I feel like that's something quick. Fuse. Darn, it's hard to tell. Fuse it. I assume that's a fuse. I don't know for certain. This is where I'm gonna need to bust out another board for comparison, which I do have a personal Xbox Series X that I can use. Let's get this X clamp off so that way I can reveal more of the PCB. Oh yeah, I need to get one of those tools to help that are like specifically designed for X clamps if I'm going to be doing this all the time. That way I'm not just using like a screwdriver. And then you can slip and potentially damage the board. I do not want to do that. He said, yeah, I followed you on 3 accounts so far. I can't remember my other ones at the moment. Well, thank you, Rad website / Rad Computers. I appreciate that. He said you're close to 100. Man, 100 subscribers is crazy. That is crazy. I was literally, before Marcello's video, I literally had like 10, maybe? Alright, just slowly prying this up. Don't want to slip. Don't want to do the jab method because you can slip and scrape a trace or something like that. So I like to do this method, the slow and steady, just pry it up. There we go. Especially if you don't have the tool that's like purpose built for these X clamps. It's just nice to just do this. Well, no, I'm not damaging anything. Alright, let's get that off to the side. Now the heat sink should be able to come off. Sorry, getting a message. Hey, it's Billtron. Thank you. You're at 91 now. Thank you, Billtron. Appreciate you following on my socials. Oh, this is interesting. I don't think I've seen this layout before on one of these. They switched it up. I literally fixed 2 of these or 3 of these last month. I did not see this style of the heatsink. That's interesting. They switched it up. They must have saw something that was better. Alright, so what I'm gonna do now, again, not spend too much time. I got you to 92. Thank you, Crash. Everybody's spirit bombing. Feel like Goku right now. Wait, does that make GameCube Galaxy Hercule? No, I don't like that. I don't like that. He's far too good to be Hercule. At the end of Dragon Ball Z, after the Kid Buu fight. Alright, let's see. I could put the power supply back on and start measuring with the circuit live. Maybe test some points. Screw boss. To see. Yeah, I'm surprised there's no like obvious fuse, man. Like they just let power come straight in. Maybe I'm just not seeing it yet. Crash said, I'll have to tell Bolo to sub from our motorcycle account. He runs it, so I don't know the login. Okay, I would appreciate that too. Alright, press start player one. The man with the questions asks, is there any gaming time period that you would like to revisit, whether an era you have classic nostalgia or a time period that you may have heard about and wish you had a time machine to experience? Yo, these questions, man. Press start player one with the phenomenal questions. Um, you need to start a podcast, man. You need to start a podcast immediately. Get this man a mic. Um, okay, so a time era of gaming that I would like to revisit. Honestly, if I could go back in time to a period of gaming, it would be the 16-bit era. And the reason why is because as I got older, I appreciated RPGs so much more. We need to start a podcast. I am down. We can do this. I am so down to start a podcast with you. um, yeah, it would be the Super Nintendo era because there's so many fire JRPGs on the Super Nintendo that like I'm hearing about that I've never heard of. And as I look into them, they're just amazing. Um, and then also on that note, the PS1 had some amazing titles as well that a lot of people don't talk about unless you're really into JRPGs. So that would kind of be the kind of time period. So I guess what would that 80 90 maybe 89 90 whenever the Super 92 when the Super Nintendo came out till about I guess just the 90s then. Just all of the 90s. I think that would be perfect. Oh, speaking of podcasts, I've been thinking about doing one. Would love to do one with people. Hey, I'm down for that. Yes, early 90s awesome. Yeah. That's what I'd be. That's what I would pick as an era to revisit to just like experience that live. Play those games live. Like imagine getting a Super Nintendo and you're playing like Chrono Trigger or getting Earthbound, right? Like I would hope that I would be one of those kids that would stumble across Earthbound and be like, this game's amazing. You know, appreciate the music from that generation. I still bump that music. If it wasn't for copywriting, I'd play it on my stream. But I gotta figure out a way to work around copyright music at some point. Wait, what is that? What is this? Oh, yeah, it's just plastic from that power supply. This power comes in. Ground, not ground. Ground, not ground. So these 3 pins are ground, these 3 pins are 12 volts. Okay, so 12 volts comes in, goes across this inductor, I assume. Wait, if I put a power supply on here, let's see how much like real estate that takes up. So it looks like they made it where you can kind of get underneath. Actually, let's see what I get without it. Biltron said, let's go. I'll be there episode 1. Y'all gotta get cracking. Alright. And Rad Computer said, I can host a server that we can connect on to reduce podcast latency. Hey. Oh, you're thinking of doing these live? I mean, I'm down for a live podcast. I guess we just need to. I guess since we're in different states, my bad. I'm thinking of doing it in person, but since we're in different areas, it'd probably be, online or on a Discord, which I'm working on my Discord server, and it's very much so complete. And the thing in there is just going to be a place for pack members to hang out, chillax, all that stuff. I'm just setting up a bunch of the bots with some colleagues. Alright, so right now I have my multimeter and diode mode, and I'm just going to be checking things. Checking for shorts, checking for That's not right. There shouldn't be a short across. No way, don't tell me I found a short already. On the 12-volt rail. Looks like I found a short already. Let me double check it on the back of the board where it's more clearly visible. Alright, so these upper 3 pins are ground. Oh, wait. Let me switch over to microscope view. Man, I gotta get a better microscope camera. This thing is just too zoomed in. I wish there was a way to zoom it out. So, anyway. These 3 pins are ground. 1, 2, 3. Oh, sorry, I bumped it. So raise the, oh, wait, no, gotta come down to get in focus. And then these 3 pins are plus 12. Or sorry, these 2 pins are plus 12. This is ground, 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 and ground down here. But these 2 pins here and here are plus 12. So what I'm gonna do is this would be the ground side, the negative, and this would be the positive. And there's a short between them. That should not be the case. You should not short your voltage rail. So that means when the power is coming in, it's getting shorted. So there's obviously something wrong on the board, but now we gotta find it. Oh, sorry. Don't want to disorient you guys. Oh boy, I found the fun chat. Hey, Crash, welcome to the YouTube chat. Yeah, soon I'll find a plugin that merges you guys. I want you guys to be one cohesive community, no matter where you're watching. But that's work I got to do on my end. Because I hate having to say, oh, this person on YouTube and this person on Twitch. I'd rather just be one community, and you can watch wherever you want to watch and still be included. And maybe in the future, we might get the TikTok family involved. Maybe. We have a very small TikTok family of cousins that we might be getting involved here soon. So just throwing that out there. Alright, so let's keep going. So we found a short on between on the 12-volt line. See if I can isolate where that is, because that's on the whole rail. Yeah, look, shorted, shorted. I'm pretty sure that should not be shorted together. Man, that's a short too. Jeez. I have to figure out where that short is, man. It could be so many things. See, this would be a perfect candidate for thermal camera inspection. Like, inject voltage and use the thermal camera. I'm not seeing anything. If I had to guess what it is, just off of just my experience, I'm gonna assume it would be these FETs, which, hold on, let me come down so I'm in focus, which are these guys. These seem to be the power rail FETs. We have one here. It's these black squares right here. So this guy. Yeah. All these things are shorted to ground, which makes sense, because if it's shorted at the top level, it's probably shorted everywhere else. So at this point, what you could do is inspect components in the circuit and see for any discoloration or any component that looks like it was getting too hot. Now, from what I'm seeing, this guy right here looks a little rough. This capacitor on the right side of what we're seeing here, he looks a little discolored, but nothing that I could definitively say he's the issue. But we shall keep looking for a little bit, and then I'm going to move on, just for the sake of the stream. Press Start Player 1 said, what's an arcade? What's an arcade game that you wish you could experience in the arcade? Not a port to console, also a favorite arcade game. I'm going to have to write these down. My dude, these questions are so good. Like, are you just freestyle off the dome? Like an MC? Like, how are you coming up with these questions? These are ridiculously good. Like, I'm not even trying to glaze you or gas you up. These are great questions. You sure you never podcasted before, man? Hmm? You gonna look me in my eye? Yes, all free. Dang, man, that's good. So he said, "What's an arcade game that you wish you could experience in the arcade, not import to console?" Easy, Power Stone. Power Stone. Or some other Sega game. Power Stone, Soul Calibur. Like, well, I do remember playing Soul Calibur in the arcade back at Boomers. But I think Power Stone was an arcade game, right? Or was that only to console? I believe that was an arcade game first. I think. I think. Now I'm second guessing myself. But if it was an arcade game, that's definitely the arcade game I would like to play. That and then that one Sonic game with the ball. That I feel like that would be a workout right there. You know the one where you move by like spinning a ball? Oh man. I forget the name of it. I think it's the one with like I forget the name. You guys probably know exactly what I'm talking about. OMG, I love you. Lil Power Stone is my favorite Dreamcast game of all time. If I could buy a physical copy, or if I can get in a financial position to buy a physical copy, I will. One and two. That game blew my mind as a kid. I remember going to my cousin's house, and I was just like, yo, what is this game? What is this game? This game is amazing. Yes, sir. Power Stone, man. Love that game. The fact that you like level up, it was just fun. Like I wish more games just had that like sense of fun. Like you just go at it and have a good time. It's the only component that looks off. Everything else looks okay. But this is the power rail. That's ground. It goes through there, through this inductor, and it could literally be any one of these little components that's causing a short to ground. Okay, I'm gonna park this board for now. Um, Wait, where is my thermal camera? Oh, there it is. I have a thermal camera, but it's not the best. That's probably one of the next things I'm gonna get. With support money, is a better thermal camera. I just have this one that attaches to um, your phone, to an iPhone, but it's not the end all be all. It's not the best. I got it for a really good price. So I picked it up and it helped sometimes, but it hasn't been the most useful because it's not quite there when it comes to the resolution I'm looking for. Arcade Odyssey in Miami has had the cabinet. Okay, so it was a real Sega Sonic the Hedgehog. Yes, that one. Bro, it's dropping this month. Capcom Fighting Collection. Yeah, I need to get that. Was dropping for all systems. Oh yeah, that's fine. I think I might pick it up for the PlayStation if I do pick it up. But here, we're gonna connect this up and then we're gonna move on to a PS5. Okay, here are my ESD bags. My ESD bags are no longer in this room. I need to get more of them, but that's okay. Where's the other shelf? Oh, there it is. Alright, let's just get this Xbox in a state, because I kind of know what's wrong with it, and I just need to spend a little bit more time off stream, where I'll use a thermal camera. If I had a better thermal camera, I would just do it on stream, but it's not good content. But we're almost there. We're getting there. Here, I'll just put this here for now, even though I know I need to redo the thermal paste. That's fine. Alright, let's get the original power supply back in there. So there's a short on the 12-volt rail. That was an easy find as to what's the problem. Figuring out exactly what to do to fix it. That'll take a little bit more, but I am not worried. I'm very confident I can figure that out once I use a thermal camera. And the one I have is dead anyway, so I gotta charge it up. Alright, let's get these components. X-clamp. Alright. And I will park this right here for now. Okay, so we have a PS5. Oh, hold on. Sorry guys, I'm missing your chat log. I'm getting it for Power Stone alone, and a while ago the PlayStation Store used to have Power Stone. Yes, I remember that. And that's pretty much the only reason I'm getting the Fighting Collection too, is for Power Stone. It's dope seeing the process and how you approach troubleshooting the issues. Oh, thanks, Biltron. I appreciate that. If you could, oh my gosh, press start player one. You and these questions, man, they're so good. They're so good. Alright, I believe this PS5 came to me for for overheating. So he said he would turn it on, get ready to play it, and then it just says too hot, shuts off. Since that is the case, I'm going to leave this on in the background and try to get that message while I work on a different PS5 that I know has a HDMI port issue. Okay, so Press Start Player 1 said, or asked, if you could go back in time and knew the market of retro gaming prices and could get a new in-stock copy of a game and bring it back to present day, which game is it? Earthbound. That's easy. Earthbound. Yeah, just Earthbound. Big box Earthbound with the player's guide. that's an easy one. Earthbound, Earthbound, Earthbound. But see, the thing with that question is it makes you need to change my account name to Podcast Player One. Yes, you do. These questions are too good. They're too good not to be in a podcast. Um, but yeah, Earthbound for sure. Not only because the album is fire, but also the game is fire, and it ended up becoming super rare and valuable, especially the the big box version, with the player's guide and everything. All right, let's go ahead and reproduce this issue. I'm gonna run a game that's pretty demanding, just to get it there. But he did say the fans kick up at high speed. Oh yeah, the fans are kicking up at high speed, and this thing is in an idle state with like nothing going on. It shouldn't. This is like the opposite of load. So I'm thinking definitely clogged fins. All right, let me get a disc in here. We're going to test a game. I need a PS5 game. PS5 game. It's a little bit demanding. My copy of Sonic Frontiers, actually a good Sonic game. Honestly, Sonic Frontiers, I put it in the category of like a Pokemon Legends Arceus, the first one, because I feel like it was just a good tech demo, but I can't wait to see what they do with their second run-in of that engine. I feel like Sonic Frontiers 2, whatever that game's going to be, is going to be so good. Ridiculously good. Alright, let me copy it over. Alright, so while that's doing that, let's work on this guy, which... HDMI port. Yeah, it took some fall damage. That definitely took some. Oof. Yeah, that took a hit. This one might actually require trace repair. Here, let me show you guys. You see that port? You see how indented it is? Look at that. Look at it from the side. Look at the profile. You see that? Oh my gosh. Oh no. This is gonna be a fun one for sure. You see that? Oh man. Okay. Well, let's crack it open and take a look. I don't need to see much more. I will turn it on just to prove that it turns on. Prove to myself it turns on. Oof, that is rough. Okay. Alright, I was about to say. not turning on. But it just turned on. But obviously, with the HDMI port that badly banged up, you're not gonna get any video output for sure. Here, I'm gonna put this. Man, I got this new power supply, but it ended up not being the power supply. It ended up being needs some troubleshooting. It's kind of the one double-edged sword of getting parts before you do the work of troubleshooting. Sometimes you end up with parts inventory, which is not bad to have it because I had none, but you know that cost, that money could be spent elsewhere is the one thing. It's like, oh, I could have bought more HDMI ports, or I could have bought more of this, or stick modules, or whatever. Okay, it does turn on, it boots, and it does get to the white light, so that's a great sign on this PS5. So I'm gonna completely shut it off, and then we're gonna replace the HDMI port. Crash said, "Damn." Best Kevin Hart impression. And so, what's a system you have repaired that, as you fixed, thought, how did this make it past quality control on manufacturing? Ooh, that's a good question. Uh, Honestly, the PS5, particularly with the HDMI port, I feel like Sony, I don't know how they got away with using a port that's like so weak. Like it, cause most of my work orders come from PS5 HDMI port repairs. I think locally I'm like the main one who does them. And in my area, and so I get these in often, and it's just like they just did not provide enough strain relief for this thing. And they really should have. All right, let's get the game running just to put the PS5 under load and induce the overheating. He said it was overheating, and it for sure said it, because if the PS5 has an overheating issue, it will say overheating. Which this thing is kicking up. So we'll try to induce that failure just to replicate it. Let's see, I believe it's, there we go. Yeah, man, this PS5 is immaculate. I'm guessing he had it on a dresser and it fell off. Alright, that's one side. Alright, let's just start the game over here on Sonic Frontiers just to get this PS5 working under load. See if I can induce the overheating. I mean, at this point, I'm still going to open it up just to clean it out and inspect the thermal compound, which is the liquid metal on these things. Let's see. Billtron said I had a PS3 with an HDMI port like that. I'd be hilarious if it still worked. That would be funny. Billtron also said, "Is that the PS5 Slim model?" Yes, it is. It's the PS5 Slim model. And thankfully, it's good to see that the warranty sticker is still intact. So it's never been taken apart before. So I love that. I'm a huge proponent of that. I love when consoles have not been taken apart before. Because sometimes you have to work behind people and it is rough. I typically charge more if that's the case, just throwing that out there. Depending on how bad it is. Or I'll just like kind of deny it. I think the story in Sonic Frontiers was really cool because they had a lot of callbacks in this game. I was a huge fan of. Biltron said, "Is there a system in particular that you've come across that is harder to fix than the others, or tends to have more problems than the others?" Game Gear, for sure. Like just off rip, whatever capacitors they ended up using back then that Sony sourced from whatever manufacturer, those things are notoriously known for leaking. Alright, let's see if this induces a failure. But yeah, the Game Gear for sure. Another console that's like notorious or fails more than others. Besides the Game Gear, not really. They all kind of have their unique issues, but none of them are like crazy. Like the Game Gear. The Game Gear is not a matter of if, it's more like a matter of when. And how soon, because it happens rather quickly comparatively. Alright. And build. Oh man, I just found an old Game Gear I had from when I was a kid. That was a fun system back in the day. Yeah, it sure was. If you had the batteries. Thing was thirsty. That was a very thirsty handheld. Biltron also said, "What's your all-time favorite system and all-time favorite game?" Could be from any system or generation. Great question. So my all-time favorite system, because of the memories, yeah, 6 AA batteries was no joke. Thank goodness we have like rechargeables these days, thankfully. Let's see. Let me set the music. 15. And you guys let me know if the music gets too loud. I'm trying to figure out a percentage so I know every stream to keep the music volume out. But yeah, 6 batteries is crazy. But my all-time favorite system, it's because the games I played on it and the memories surrounding it, is definitely the GameCube. Nintendo GameCube. And it's not even my most played console by any means. I think that goes to the Xbox 360. And then the Wii after. And then probably the DS after that. But just the time period of like the games I played and like who I played them with. I played a lot of those games with family members. And my all-time favorite game is Super Smash Bros. Melee. Like that game is like crack to my brain. Like it's chess on steroids. That game, woo! I could play that game for hours. When I used to play competitively, man, oh my gosh. I would play and train and practice and go to friendlies and practice different matchups. I took that junk seriously. Very seriously. Played a lot of Melee. A lot of Melee. Rad Computer says, in the computer repair world, HPs are the worst. Most problems, worst problems, most frequent problems. Okay, interesting. Press Start Play 1 said, "What's your thoughts on the up-and-coming generation? The physical releases, downloads, key cards." Okay, Crash, you were a Peach main. I see you. Peach is actually like top tier in that game. at like the mid to high level. Yeah, Peach is cracked. Hashtag Armada. Um, to answer your question, press start player one. Up and coming generation, the physical releases, downloads, key cards. I am in fear of physical media going away. I am in huge fear of that. I Physical releases is the way to go until the end of time because you actually can own something. And another thing that I try to convey to people is economically you can recoup some value. When you buy a game digitally, you couldn't recoup your value. And I know Nintendo with their keycard system is trying to say like, oh, you're basically you can recoup your value because you can still let a friend borrow it, but it's not the same. It's not the same at all. Like years down the road, it can appreciate. You can sell the game. There's so many things you can do with a physical game or a copy of a game. But when it's digital, you lose all that. And for what? Because the games aren't even discounted. I'm like, if you're gonna sell the game digitally, at least sell it for cheaper. This thing started off super hot. Alright, cool. So the reason I have this heat gun here, not just to make noise in the microphone, I like to use the heat gun in order to remove the warranty labels in a way that I can put them back on without it being noticeable. Because I think it's just a nice touch. You could do that. Or when you do that. Kind of maintains that OEM like feel and look. As best as you can, of course. It won't be perfect, but it'll look better. At least a little warranty of void sticker. Nice. Alright, and it reveals a screw. Oh, Billtron said I'm awful at Smash. Oh man. Yeah, it's sometimes it's nice to just play at a certain level. But I get it. There's certain games I'm terrible at. Hey, G Burrino, how you doing, man? Good to see you, man. Nice to have you join the Twitch chat. It's interesting, tonight we have more active on the YouTube chat. I gotta get the emotes imported into the YouTube chat. So Billtron182 on YouTube said, personally I don't mind digital games and stuff, but I'm old school. I'd rather be able to hold it in my hand. Exactly. Plus buying used games is great too. Right, there's a lot of value in that. But I don't like that they control. Yeah, exactly. And they can revoke your license from you, man. That's why I'm so happy California is trying to adjust the laws on the terminology used. Like, you're not buying this thing. You're basically, it's a long-term rental or a lease. Just woke up from a nap. I feel that, G Burrino. I feel that. Pesky screw. Nice to have you with us. Just to update you on what we got going on. PS5 that's overheating. I'm trying to reproduce the issue in the background. And then I have a PS5 with a very much so slightly damaged HDMI port. Here, check out that HDMI port, G Burrino. Alright, you see that? And you can see the dent where the plastic bent in. Now look at this. Look at the profile view. Now that's a lot of damage. Alright, I got the top cover off. That's interesting. I can't get it to induce a failure yet on this PS5 back there. Ooh, man, I really hope this thing broke clean. Because the trace repair is going to be quite gnarly. If trace repair is required on this PS5, it's going to be rough. So, like I like to do, I'm just marking the screws. Let's see, you know where to put them back. Just a little tip, little trick I do, nothing crazy. Oof, another tugger. Well, I think that was a dropper, man. I think that thing fell off a dresser or something. Biltron said, GameCube is one of my few systems I never owned. Wow, really? You never owned one? I would always play at Marcello's growing. He was the one that got me into comics, and he's the reason I got a PS3. Respect. Yeah, that's respect. Yeah, the key card is locked to a server, it seems. I don't like that key card. I know what they're trying to do. They're trying to like bait and switch people. I don't like it. The licenses, and they could I don't like how they control the licenses, and they could up and take it off the store with no warning. Exactly. Sony already did that. Or they tried to. Wait until they deactivate the key validation servers in 20 years. That too. Rad Computer says. Rad Computer says, like Microsoft did with Microsoft Office 2013 and below this year. Exactly. It's a bunch of BS. Exactly. I like to own something physically, man. Don't take it away from me. If I bought it, I own it. And another thing is, which is like, I don't want to get too right to repairy or too political, but that's another thing. If you can't fix something you own, do you really own it? It's like okay, I own my laptop, but you won't let me use it because I don't pay for a subscription. It's like, then do you really own it? If you want to see awful, play COD with me and marvel at the kill death ratio of 0-100. As long as you're having fun, I hope. I do. Crash says I do digital downloads, so Bola and I can game share and buy one copy, not two. I can see that. I can see that. That's a good point. So when it comes to needing to replace parts in different consoles, do you have a guy or a place you go in order to get these parts, or do you gotta look around to find them? So thankfully, there's a website called Console 5. I think the guy's name is Luke, the head of it. I only know that because I think it's on his Instagram page. I don't know the guy personally. You know, one of these days I'm thinking about reaching out to him, maybe doing like some type of deal because I buy in bulk or something, if he's open to it. If not, that's totally fine. But I told myself, and currently right now, it doesn't make sense for me to spend the time to make the kits that he makes, because I could spend the time doing the actual repairs. Because if I spent the time doing that, because I could, you know, look at a board and figure out the values of capacitors and things like that, but he curates all that and charges, which is okay. If I was more at a scale, like if I was a bigger company or something like that, I would definitely make the kits myself, just to save on costs, because some of those components are like pennies on a dollar. So when it comes to needing to replace parts in different consoles, yeah, that answer that question. And Press Star Player 1 said, "Oh, to Wolfpack Electronics, checked out a retro gaming museum locally. Mind blown. Tomorrow I'll have a post. What? And you didn't tell me?" I'm playing. No, I would love to go to one of those one of these days. I want to get more involved in this hobby of mine that I've had my whole life that I just kind of kept to myself for the most part. I didn't really go out and, you know, play with people or things like that. There's also cultural reasons too. So it's nice now that I'm older and like I'm finally like sharing this hobby with other people. Not that I'm providing anything, but like sharing my love for the hobby with other people. Always kind of kept it to me and my family. G Barino said, I didn't get to go to the Retro Museum before it closed. Oh, you knew about it too? What? Man, am I the only one who doesn't know about it? Man. Talk about FOMO. I'm looking forward to see your post, man. Was it local? You said it was local, right? Yeah, locally. How local are we talking? Like, I'm curious, what town or city? And if you know G Barino, feel free to chime in. He's on Twitch. Wait, is that Gnarly Duck? Wait, who's Gnarly Duck? Gnarly Duck. It was Coco. Oh, in Coco? What? I missed it. Dang it. I'll have to check it out if they do it again. I know Gnarly Duck on Instagram. I've seen him before. He's messaged me. Oh yeah, G Barino, by the way. A lot of There's actually 7 people, oh, 5 now, in the YouTube chat. The YouTube chat seems to be popping off today. Oh, he went before they closed as well. Oh, okay. It's still open till Sunday night? Oh, what? There is the Free Play Florida this November. It's in Orlando this year. We need to go this year. Hey, I'm going. We are going. Me and you are going. I want to go. I want to start going to conventions. Let's go. Yeah, apparently it's still open, G Brino. Man, this PS5 does not want to induce the overheating. I wonder what game he was having that problem with. I might have to message him. Hell yeah. Oh yeah, I'm down. I think GameCube Galaxy's going to that. I could be mistaken, but I think GameCube Galaxy and Pac-Man case will be at that con. Yeah, yeah, Billtron. Hey, you were thinking what I was thinking. Exactly. I think he's going to that one. Yeah, that's a long boy. Okay, so it's different than the rest. Bottom. And this thing's been running for 15 minutes. It's not overheated yet. Cool, I met John Riggs there 2 years ago. That name sounds familiar. I'm not good with names. Only, like, I'm pretty bad with names, actually. I'll remember someone's whole life story before I remember their name. I'll remember what we talked about, sometimes even what they wear, but their name, forget it. Chalk that up to the game. Oh, all these screws, Sony. Why? At least it's less than the OG model. Do you know a lot of the retro gaming guys, or have you crossed paths with any of them? Not really. The only one I know who's like actually kind of known is Marcello. And I know Marcello is good friends with Retro Wolf, but that's the only 2 people I know of. And then other people I believe are into that through Marcello because they followed me after watching the video, like Steveno. What state are you from? I'm over in New York. Oh, Viltron's in New York. I'm in Florida. Yeah. So we're in the same time zone, but yeah, way down. I'm from the south compared to where you are, Viltron. We're almost there. So many screws later, we're almost there. Alright, so we got all those screws on, so we can remove this cover. So we can remove this cover. It comes off as one piece now, which is awesome. Let me get my spatula, my spudger. There we go. Nice. Get this metal shielding off. Cool. I like how they just ended up doing that. Let's see any comments I'm missing. He said, Press Start Player 1 said, if you can make it to Coco to the museum before it closes down, I think you'll be impressed. Oh, really? Okay. He said it closed this Sunday. I'll have to do that. Yeah, I think I can make time this weekend. Maybe on Sunday. And Billtron said, yeah, man, the retro community seemed like there's a lot of good dudes. I don't know any of them personally besides Marcello, but they all support each other and ride for each other. Seems like a dope group. Oh, man, that's awesome. It's nice to know I might be emerging in that community. Nice, man. I got some family in Florida over in Clint. Oh, okay. You grew up in Florida? Yes, sir. I'm one of the rare born and raised Floridians. It's funny, that's the meme, because usually Floridians aren't from Florida. They kind of travel from different places, like New York, or, you know, just any other state. Like my parents, they're from Haiti, and then they went to New York. They went to New York because for opportunity, and then also immigrating into the country. But then they realized it was too cold, and their thin Caribbean blood couldn't handle it, so they went down to Florida. At least that's the story I tell myself. And they're not the only ones. There's many Jamaicans and Haitians and other Caribbean people who do that. They end up going to New York, and then they end up in Florida. I'm pretty sure it has something to do with the weather, if I had to guess. Alright, let's get this ribbon cable for the USB ports disconnected. Alright, nice. Get that disconnected. Now we have a few more screws holding the board down. We have one here. And is there another? Yes, there is. There's usually these two. Oh, Gibrina said, hope you have a smooth repair, friend. Gotta go get ready to set up my stream. Have a good week. Thanks, you too, Gibrina. Appreciate you stopping by as always, man. Thank you, thank you. It's always nice to see your name in the chat. Right. I'm gonna have to separate this PCB. Oh boy. Bill Trent said, it's funny because you always hear about people acting crazy in Florida, but more often than not, it's a lot of New Yorkers that move down to Florida. Yeah, you see? Y'all giving us a bad rep. But Florida Man is real, though. That meme is real. That one, that one's legit. There are some activities that are Florida Man activities. Man, that one is in rough shape. Yep, and the liquid metal is not too bad. Oh man. Holy. Oh my goodness. I've never seen that happen. Do you guys see this? The HDMI port. The innards of the HDMI port broke out. And it got left behind. Oh my, I've never seen that. He is so fortunate it broke that clean. Oh wait, did it? The board looks okay, I think. Oh no, he lost the capacitor. He lost the cap. He lost the capacitor. That capacitor is needed when trying to achieve 4K resolution. Now, me having the bit of experience that I do, I have plenty of those capacitors, thankfully. Oh, I like that emote, G Burrino. But that's some damage. I have never seen that. I have to take a picture of this. I have to take a picture. I've never seen the HDMI port, the innards of the HDMI port, separate from the housing. I have never seen this. And I probably replaced like, oh my gosh, how many at this point? Like 50? Oh my goodness. Hold on, I'm just taking a picture for Instagram. That is insane. I have never seen that. That's something else. Alright. Now that the shock value is over, put that in e-waste and let's remove this one. Holy moly. Oh man. It's funny 'cause New York in the winter sucks. Haha, it's not like it was in the 90s where we'd get freezing cold temps and snow all the time. Or Disney. Crash. Yeah, Disney's always nice to have in our back pocket. That's what happens when they jam the cable in. I think they dropped it. I think this fell. I don't think a human like pushed the cable in that hard. I think it was the cable was plugged in and it fell on it. Like direct hit, super effective, like Pokemon. It's funny with the PS5 you got hooked up trying to get the error message anytime you try to get the problem to replicate itself. So it decides to work perfectly normal. Oh my gosh, yes. It's like the whole mechanic thing. The whole meme about your mechanic and you try to show your car to your mechanic. So question time. What's a console variant that you would like to own? A console from a different region, etc. Japan, Brazil, PAL, or maybe re-release of a console like the SNES Junior? Oh, that's a good question. Man, do you sit and think about these questions, Player One? These are just too good. A version of a console I always wanted. As a kid, I always wanted the Tales and Symphonia GameCube because I like that emerald color and I like the color of the controller. But I don't know if I would make that my final choice. I feel like that's an honorable mention. There was also like the Nintendo DS, the Bathing Apes one, but I didn't really care about it that much. But I always thought it was cool to have a Nintendo DS with like Pharrell on it and whatnot. Press Player One's laughing. What's the weirdest problem you've come across repairing a system? Or have you ever come across anything random or weird in the system that shouldn't have been there? Well, I think this is a good time for my Joe's apartment story. Customer had a console a PS5 that was bug infested. And for a new console to be bug infested, that is something else. Because you figure the console's so new, it hasn't had time to sit to become bug infested. But boy, oh boy, this one accomplished that mission. But yeah, I was just like, how in the world did this happen? How? How did this happen? How are you already bug infested? Alright, let's go ahead and get ready to remove this guy. Turn on my hot air station, and I'm gonna be right back, guys. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick and grab the components I need. Oh yeah, I made a whole post about it. It was pretty bad. And of course, funny thing enough, the blood of insects, like whatever blood or whatever their fluid's called, is very acidic. So what happened was his console failed because of the acidity of the roaches in the console. And yeah, that's what happened. The acidity of the roaches caused components to get corroded and short out. And that's what I ended up fixing. I ended up finding the exact capacitor that was shorted and replaced it, and boom. But I'll be right back, y'all. I'm gonna go to the restroom. Let me put my BRB one on. Oh, BRB. Alright, everyone, I am back. Uh, we are back. We are back. We are back. So that's wild. I remember there was a time in Texas when we opened a computer and hundreds of light. Oh, nah. Oh, nah. Nah, fam. Nah. See, it's making me itchy, man. I hate that. I hate that. Oh, nah. Hundreds? Nah. What would have been the only thing worse than that is spiders. Nah. That's a hard pass. Should have known the computer smelled like neglect and kept it. Yeah, of course. OMG, I would freak out. Yeah, me too. That computer said my poor boss is probably still killing roaches. And that was 14 years ago. Oh my goodness. You ever come snakes or lizards inside of anything? I have not come across snakes or lizards, but bugs, yes. Oh, hail to the no. I agree with that. Amen to that, player one. I fail. 14 years later, and the roaches are part owners now. It's like Joe's Apartment, that movie, man. They moved in for the long haul and wanted to get their beak wet too. That's funny. Oh, LMAO, so I know what not to talk about in the podcast. Yeah, I think we could avoid that one. I think that's a good one to avoid. Okay, so remember that this PS5 in the background? I walked by it since I left the room. The fan is at max speed, so I know there's a problem. I don't have to get it to actually fail, like with the screen, because the fan should not be kicked up this high. This thing sounds like a jet engine. So I'm guessing it's just clogged up with dust. Maybe he has a pet too. Maybe he has like a pet chinchilla or something with very fine hairs. But anyway, let's focus on getting this PS5 done. And then we can move over to cleaning that one. Alright. So this is my... Oh man, my flux is getting low. Man, I've really been using this thing. I've been paying attention. Alright, so what I'm going to do here is just apply a good, healthy amount of flux to remove this outer shell. And any broken pins that broke off on the pads, which I can clearly see did. Oh yeah, and that capacitor broke off, which I do have the cap. Yep, right here. See, and I got them labeled PS5 HDMI caps. And they are very tiny. When I mean tiny, I mean the capacitors are like a speck of salt, if that. They're very, very tiny. Alright, let's get this taken care of. We're gonna apply heat from the underside and try to heat up all of the pads. Then I'm gonna apply fresh solder. And then we're gonna put the new HDMI port in as well as the new capacitor. Actually, you know what? I need to be smart. I'm gonna put this on real quick because I don't have. Oh my word! Mask broke. I was trying to put a mask on so I don't breathe in the fumes, but then my mask breaks. That's alright, I have more back here. I need to get a fume extractor, at least like a fan, like a fan that absorbs the fumes through a filter. I need to do that. That way I'm more OSHA compliant with my soldering endeavors. But the mask works for now, till I get there. Craft has never left. Wait, what? He just left the bug-infested computer? What the heck? It's still here. It's been like 6 years. Oh my gosh. What does that syringe do? Oh, good question. And Crash says never left. Do your hands ever get shaky after working on things for a bit? Actually, no. That's one thing I'm very thankful that I have, is very steady hands. Like, I don't know if I'm a surgeon or anything, but I don't know. I do well under pressure, thankfully. Like, I don't get too shaky. I don't get too much nerves. I think that's some. I gotta give credit to my dad for that one, cause he would you know, he was very kind of like strict, I guess is the word. Not strict in a bad way, but like he held himself to a high standard, so he held us to a high standard too. So I'm just heating up this HDMI port in order to get it out. Holy moly. Oh, I forgot to take that off. Oh man. That means we lost it. There's a little yeah, forgot to take that thing off. Oh man. There's like a little like sponge piece that it's good to take off, because then you can put it back on, but I forgot to take it off, so it probably is all melted now. That's alright. I'll put something else there in its place. My mistake. Not super critical, but something I like to, you know, because I like to put these consoles back the way they were, so that sucks. gosh, this thing is so bent. Don't talk about being bent out of shape. Nice. Alright, so we got the old metal housing out. Grain of black pepper, too small for my eyes. Yeah, Dad, it's an 0201. Super small. Oh yeah, and Bill, trying to answer your question. What's in the syringe is called flux. Flux is a chemical that when heated up removes oxidation from metal. So when you're trying to solder, the theory is you're basically getting the solder into like a molten state, a liquidous state. And flux is just a catalyst to help that happen quicker. It's almost like adding salt to ice water. It's going to lower the temperature of the overall glass. But flux basically accelerates heating slightly, but cleans off oxidation. So it makes a good surface for metal to bond with, like pads, for metal on metal connections. So that's what's in the syringe. Sorry, it took me a little while to answer that. Shout out to Pops. I see him in the other chat on the top of the window. Yeah. Wolfpack Electronics Dad, man. He's there. He's always there when he can. It's always nice to have him in the chat. Alright. Player 1 said, this reminds me, I have a couple common NES titles that aren't working and my basic repair amounted to nothing. I need to get to them to see if you can raise them from the dead. Donation. Oh yeah, I'm down to take a look at them. Now it's going to be stuck in my head. Mask on, mask off. That's funny. Now you got it stuck in my head. Now you got it stuck in my head. The earworm grows. First Star Player 1 says, I think I asked this a while back, but have you considered repairing CRTs or PBMs? The crazy hardcore retro community is hoarding them. You know what? I would love to get into repairing them. I have one myself, and if that thing ever went, yeah, it would be rough. Because I understand. I totally get it. Like, that's what these consoles were made to play on, and it just plays them the best. Oh, man. I really wish I would have saved that thing. It's okay. Alright, so what we're going to do now, in here, I'll show you guys so you can see it. So, I just removed the HDMI port. It used to be an HDMI port here, and you can see the individual pads for making the connections. There's 19 connections for an HDMI port, and thankfully, like I noticed earlier, none of them ripped up, which is very good. However, he did lose this little capacitor that's right here. Look how small the pads are. This is the edge of a knife, and it's a little component that goes across these two pads right there. So here, I'm gonna put the component nearby, and I want to show you guys. Here, let me see if I can zoom in with my microscope. Zoom in some more. Zoom back down. Right there, in between these two little spots. From here to here. Oh yeah, let me get these pads cleaned up. Let's do that now. And so, like I was mentioning earlier, Biltron, I'm going to use flux on these pads to basically it just eases the way for proper wetting or solder getting into a liquidous state. Or in other words, as my dad would say, it's like mayo on a sandwich. It helps it go down. Mayo is the lubricant for sandwiches. That's what he says. Alright, so I'm just cleaning off this old solder. Oh, there are broken pins still left over. Okay. I gotta get these out of there. It's like completely broken off pins. Still present. Oh no, don't want to move too much. Right there. So let me do that. Get these pads cleaned up. And I'm going to add fresh solder to these pads. Alright, add some fresh solder. Alright, let's scoot this down the aisle and add some more fresh solder to these pads. I'm going to clean it up, and we should be able to put our new port in. Now let me add some fresh solder to these anchor points too. Alright. Let's see, what messages am I missing? Yes, it is. Extra mayo, please. Of course Dad would say that. That's funny. So what you're looking into has a camera built into it as well. Is that how you're able to show us the close-up? Yes, Biltron, in a way. So this camera is external. It's not built in. It's like an external attachment that you mount on top. And it allows me to show... So this is called a trinocular microscope. So the binoculars is what I see through. And then the third hole, the trinocular, is for the microscope camera or other attachments. But I basically use it as a webcam. It's connected through USB. But that's how I'm able to show you guys what I'm doing. At least the up close, as best as I can. I do not like how sometimes this microscope camera is a little too up close, but it's the best I got for now. Until maybe, you know, maybe I'll get a sponsorship in the future, but we'll see. Alright, I want to show you guys how small this capacitor is that broke off the board. So this is how components come. They come on like a piece of tape, basically. It's called tape and reel. So inside, oh my gosh, it's gonna be it's so small. Here, let me get it on the board so I can show you guys. Oh my god. This thing is so tiny. Alright, I got one out of the packaging. Let's see if I can successfully transfer it to the location. Alright, here's the component. Hold on. There's the component. Now these are my tweezers. Look at this. It's the edge of my tweezers. So basically, we need to solder this small little capacitor right here. And like I said, this capacitor is used for filtering electrons. So basically, it just allows for a crisp connection when you're trying to achieve 4K graphics. Like if this capacitor is not present and you're just using your PS5 in 1080p, you probably won't even know it's missing. Mustard! That song is one of my favorite songs. Press Star Player 1 said, I noticed a WPE shirt. Where can one acquire one? And do you have any other merch available for purchase? Soon! Right now, it's just the shirts. This is a prototype. I hear the beat in my head. I love it. This is just a prototype, Player 1, but we will have shirts soon. I'm actually going to make a post about this soon on my Instagram to get more feedback from people. But I want to have dad hats and shirts and long sleeve shirts. I want to have three things. And then from there, we'll just make different designs. I'm interested in maybe having like fan art versions of the logo. I think that'll be super cool if, you know, that time ever comes. But yeah, I'm currently rocking a like pre-order list on my phone and my notes app. That's basically how you get one. You just sign up, and I guess this is me. I guess I need to sign you up. Here, let me do that. But yeah, I've just been taking pre-orders. It's not even official, but officially unofficial pre-orders. on my notes app. Here, let's see. Yeah, Wolfpack pre-orders. Oh, you're not gonna see. It's very small. So I got you. I'll put player one. All I need to know is your shirt size. If you don't mind sharing that. Player one. I think a Sega font retro one would be bad A. Hey, I like that idea. Yeah, I like that a lot. Maybe join the pack and like um in the Sega colors, because the back's pretty cool too. I like the back of it a lot. Let's see, T-shirt. XL. Alright. Got you locked in. That's how I'm taking pre-orders right now. It's very primitive. Very primitive. Alright, let's get these HDMI ports. So here we have brand new HDMI ports. Brand new. Still in the packaging. And we're going to install one. Alright, this part is always a little rough to show on microscope cam, so I'm going to go over to overhead. It's just hard for me to showcase this, unfortunately, with this microscope. It's too zoomed in, and I have to like make sure I'm making precise movements. Actually, I forgot to clean this off. I need to do that before I try to put this new one on. I'm going to clean this off and then add more flux before trying to just install the new one. Alright, nice. Alright, and since I cleaned it off, I'm going to add more flux. Now, Biltron, you know what flux does now? It is the catalyst. It is the ultimate catalyst. It is the Iblis trigger. If you're a Sonic 06 fan, you know what the Iblis trigger is. Or if you're a Sonic 06 hater, you know what the Iblis trigger is. Or if you're just someone who feels like they got ripped off, you know what the Iblis trigger is. Oh man, that game. I want that game to be good so bad. Alright, sorry I won't be chatting for a little bit. I gotta focus up for this part. Get in there. Get in there. think we got it attached. Today I'm getting the full experience. I'm getting commercials now. Oh, yeah, I think you guys have to resubscribe with Twitch Prime. I'll have to show you guys how to do that. Let's see. Ooh, it's so little. Can we get stickers? Yes, stickers are on the way. Great idea, Crash. He said, do you see with how AI is starting to integrate in components in hardware like video cards and processors, do you think the next step in tech will help or make repairs way more challenging? Dang, that's another good question. Jeez. And then Billtron said, yes, sir. That is another great question from Player One. Man, that looks good if I do say so myself. That HDMI port installs looking beautimous. As my friend Bruce would say, beautimous. Alright, so to answer that AI question, that was a really good question. And while I'm answering that, I'm going to be doing the push test on all the pins that are recently soldered, just to make sure they're actually making a good solid connection, before I know if I need to rework anything. Okay. So do I think the new tech in hardware for AI purposes are going to make repairs easier or harder? So I think AI will make, like, AI search bots and engines should make repair easier, because, oh, that pin needs to be touched up. Should make repair easier because it should be able to tell us. It'll be like having your own guru, right? And they can tell you, oh, you need to do this, you need to try this. And I think that part will make it easier. But the part that won't make it easier is going to be if the hardware inside of it is more proprietary, meaning that these companies that make this AI, companies already don't want to share their intellectual property with repair shops. And so if they make AI, I don't see that getting better. In fact, I see that getting much worse. They're going to want to share information even less. So what that means is it's going to make repairs harder for a long period of time. And we're going to be in an inelastic market with these companies, because ultimately they have the control. They know what their product is. They have the most information on it. They have all the schematics, the drawings, the information, proprietary tools. And repair shops, how are we going to compete when something is so integrated? It's going to be very difficult to compete. Alright, so pass the poke test. I'm going to go back to the overhead cam. So that's my concern with AI, is it's going to do a lot of good, but I see it as another avenue for companies to basically, get what they want in terms of cornering a market, so to speak. That's probably my biggest concern. Because they already do that now. Like, for example with a company like Tesla. See, me, I like to work on my own things, obviously, right? But I also apply that to my vehicles as well. And the problem, one of the gripes I have with Teslas is you can't get parts. You can't work on your own stuff. It's like, come on, man. So you're telling me I have to go to you and pay whatever fee you charge me to get a repair done? Last time I checked, that's called a monopoly. And the only monopoly I like are board game. It's the board game. So that's kind of the one thing I can see where AI is going to be used as a weapon. And let's not even talk about any military or whatever applications, but just in the consumer world, I think they're going to weaponize it against us and come up with whatever BS story like they always do, like, oh, we have to protect our our consumer safety, our customer safety. If we let this information go wild, bad actors can do X, Y, and Z. And it's like, well, bad actors are going to be bad actors no matter what. It doesn't matter to them. They don't care. So it's like, I don't really believe that story too much. But just off of the top of my head, that's where my brain kind of goes. It's like happiness with a lot of concern. So the Knicks one, we got 2-0 in the series. Let's go. Oh, nice. Knicks fan. It makes sense. Sorry for the outburst, but hot damn, the boys showed up tonight. Hey, man, we here for it. Nice. Yay, test. Yes, Crash, your favorite part is coming up. Soon. We did one test. One pin was not soldered well enough for my liking, so we're just going back over. And touching up these solder joints. Alright, almost there. Add some more flux to this. Make sure I'm getting proper wetting. Alright, I'm going to do my push test one more time, and we shall see. Oh, sorry, guys. Player 1 said, you mentioned earlier your love of the RPG genre. What retro-style RPG series from the 8-16-bit era that you've heard about, but have yet to adventure in? Legends of Dragoon, I think it's called. For the PlayStation, I believe it's called. So player start ads, just to repeat because there's an ad on Twitch. Player 1 said, you mentioned earlier your love of the RPG genre. What style RPG series from the 8 or 16-bit era that you've heard about but have yet to venture into? Legend of Dragoon is definitely one of them. Because I heard from a buddy of mine, someone I work with, he's actually a local musician. Him and his dad are huge like RPG fans. His dad retired early, and his dad just literally just plays video games now. That's what his dad does. And I'm like, that's me in the future, or at least where I want to be. And yeah, he tells me about all these RPGs that he experienced like live, right? Like when they first came out. And I'm like, man, I would love to experience that. he tells me about some of them, and some of them look amazing. Alright. We have a fixed HDMI port, y'all. Now we're just going to reassemble and test. Well, clean, reassemble, and test. Always clean. Let's check out the other side. Let's clean that up. Let's. Alright. Let's see. I like the pen testing. It was like a little pre-test before the big test. Exactly. What do they call that? A study guide or pre-test? Yeah. That liquid metal actually looks pretty good. It's not super oxidized, so that's a great sign. Don't think I need to try to re-spread that. I think it looks pretty good, actually. Alright, let's get this thing reassembled and tested. Let's do it, let's do it. Then we still gotta deal with the overheating PS5. That's interesting. Actually, you know what? Let me be smart and let me just respread it anyway. I'm already here. I'd hate for it to like, I put it back together and then it's like overheating or something. Ooh, liquidy. I love respreading liquid metal. It's just so cool looking. It's like so satisfying. It's like playing with mercury, but not as toxic. At least that's what they tell us. Nice. Alright. The liquidus metallis has been reapplied and respread. And I cleaned off the dye. So that should be good now. I'm gonna wrap my black swab back up and put it away. Make sure I have no liquid metal on my hands or my gloves. I don't want my mask. I don't have to sound all muffled. Excuse me. But yeah, man. Just want to say thank you guys for being here. Means a lot. Stoked to see the little growth boost I've had since collaborating with GameCube Galaxy. I think that video came out awesome. I couldn't have asked for a better person to do it. I'm really appreciative of Marcello, like allowing me to be in that video and that portion of his journey in his acquiring every North American GameCube game. Like, that is a feat. Alright, nice. Everything is nice and seated down. Alright, let's start this. Player 1 said, you have to quickly leave your place and you have to grab one game from your collection to save. What is it? My man, these questions are too good. Like, I know you mentioned you're writing them down. I really hope you're writing them down. These questions are amazing. Like, oh my goodness. Alright, Melee. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's gonna be Melee. Like, that's easy for me personally. Super Smash Bros. Melee is the one game I'll grab every time. And particularly the copy I have is the copy that belonged to my oldest brother, Richie. Still has his initials on them. I will never get rid of that copy of Melee. I don't care if it stops working. I'm never getting rid of that disc. And like, the outer covering is all disheveled because, you know, we transported it so many times because we played it so much. I do not care how bad it looks. I don't care if it's not worth much. That is the one game I'm taking with me anywhere. Or, you know, if there's an emergency and I have to leave. That is a easy one for your boy. Very easy. Alright, let's get this, let's get these back in. This one, nice. How about you, player 1? What game, if you're in an emergency situation, you have to evacuate, right? Let's say we got Hurricane Thanos coming in. What's the one game you're grabbing from your collection? What kind of music do you like? Who are some of your favorite artists or musicians? So, growing up, I listened to a lot of hip hop and rap. Funny enough, it was video games is the reason I ventured off into different genres. So I got into rock music and alternative music thanks to Guitar Hero. Funny enough, because I grew up pretty much in a like a culturally similar area, I guess. Like, everybody listened basically to the same music. Everybody had similar taste and whatnot. But that got me into other music. So, let's see, an artist. So I would say hip hop, rap is my top genre that I listen to the most. Second would be alternative, rock music, EDM. My Revenge of Shinobi. Yeah, I knew it. That's such a good game. And knowing your posts, I've seen your posts about that game. I know that's your favorite game, player 1. But yeah, hip hop, rap. Top 3 genres: hip hop, rap. Oh, man, that's hard. R&B, alternative, rock, and then EDM music. That would be my top genres. I guess that's top 5. Favorite artists or musicians? That's tough. That's such a hard question. What? Marcello used to do music? What? What is this lore I'm getting? What in the world? I could see Marcello as a DJ. Pilsen. Yeah, my Revenge of Shinobi. Yeah, that game, man. I gotta play through that game. Maybe I'll do it on stream and have you in the background, like coaching me if I get stuck or something. I feel like that would be a cool video. Because I know that is like your game, man. Alright. I think we have it built up enough to test. Yeah, this should be built up enough to test. Let's go do that. Switch over to just chatting. Big camera mode. As Video Game Donkey would say, big mode. Alright, for Crash's sake, let me make sure I don't have anything disconnected that would cause problem. Okay, so let me make sure I reattach the fan, because I know these PS5s will not turn on if the fan is not attached or detected. So, let me do that. Alright, the fan is reconnected. Alright, let's connect our power. Boom. And let's connect HDMI. Crash, are you ready? Crash in the gang. Are y'all ready for the test? Man, I feel like I'm getting ads all the time. Yes, I'm totally down for that. Nice. Alright, Crash, what's your favorite part? This part's for you. Moment of truth. Let's see. Let me sip my beverage while I'm walking in front of the TV. What? No picture yet? I would expect picture by now. Oh wow, it's on the wrong input. Oh, there we go. Okay, I was about to say, man, this TV was trolling me. It went back to the AV input. I was about to be pissed, but we did it though. That's a fix. That's a W. Spawn console saved. That's a W. So Crash, you should be super proud. Alright, so we know the HDMI port is fixed. We can go ahead. Oh man, I don't want to leave this thing on for too long. I mean, granted, it will shut off on its own. Oh, no wonder why. I don't have the cable connected. Man, this is kind of frustrating. If you connect the cable to the PS5, right, and you don't get the orange lights, and you press the PlayStation button before the orange lights show up, it won't sync. It'll be searching for the old controller even though it's plugged in. It's a little nitpick of mine. But we know it's working. I can message the customer. That's good. Alright, let's give this thing a full power off. Turn off the console. And we'll do a full shutdown. Then I'm going to fully reassemble. Then we're going to do final test. And that's that. Disconnect HDMI. Ooh. That is firm. That HDMI connection is firm. I like it. Nice. Alright, disconnect power. Alright, let's get this thing fully reassembled. Oh, did Crash miss the big test? The TV was playing games. Yes, it was. Thing was trolling me. He said, it's really awesome seeing the process and progress of the repair. It's really interesting. Awesome. I'm glad you enjoy it. I know I do PS5s a lot, so I try to break it up with other things. Just to, keep it entertaining, keep you guys on your toes, whatnot. But now we get to do final assembly, and that PS5 is definitely overheating. What time is it? Yeah, I think I'm gonna knock those out, and then we'll call it. I'm gonna try to end. I started at 7 today, so I'm gonna try to stop by 11. Just a 4-hour stream. You see, this is why I like to mark. Oh, sorry guys, not on the overhead cam. This is why I like to mark the screws, because then you know. Because there are holes that are meant for final assembly, so you're not supposed to like put a screw there just yet. So it's nice to know that with a marking. Alright, this is a long screw. It must go all the way through. Keep the thing, the whole chassis together. I'm glad you're excited to see something like this, Biltron. I'm just glad because to me it's like, man, I was doing this kind of solo, like, just doing this as a single guy, like a one-man army performing these repairs, but it's so nice to have a chat and have you guys here. I think it changes the game. Hey, it's Crash. Did you get to see your favorite part, Crash? I'm assuming you didn't miss it. I hope not. I was here. Alright, cool. I guess you were just busy playing something or doing something. Glad you got to see it. I still got to figure out how to set up the whole wager system. Like, you can wager your biscuits, which are my channel points. I don't know if you can do that on YouTube. I'm gonna see if that's only a Twitch only thing. And I believe you can do polls on YouTube, but I don't know if you can do wagers, like bets. Just wager your biscuits. Nice. Excuse me. We're almost there. So many screws. At least I gotta keep telling myself that. I was here 7-11. What Makes me want a Slurpee really bad. Man, I haven't had a Slurpee in so long. Holy moly. On July 11th, right? On 7-Eleven day, apparently you can go with like any size container and they'll fill it up with Slurpee. I find that pretty cool. Billtron said it's really cool seeing the ins and outs of the systems and seeing the way you go through troubleshooting, how you go about the repair, and it's cool seeing how much you genuinely seem to enjoy doing it. Thank you. Yeah, man. It's what I do. I do it in the day and I do it at night. I think another part that helps like bring out that more joyful side is having a chat. Like I was mentioning earlier a little bit briefly, is that when you have someone there, you know, whether it's just like on the other side of your camera and they're asking questions and you're trying to teach them or show them something, it's just exciting because it's like they're like stepping into your world or your environment basically. Alright, 2 more screws, y'all. 2 more screws. Oh my goodness, there's so many. There's some screws I didn't mark. Wait. What? I tripped. You got that one. Oh, okay, I messed up. That's what it is. That's what it is. Okay. I know what I did. I know what I did. See? The marking system. Forgot to put this plate back on before putting these screws because my marks weren't on the whole shield. They were just on this plate. You see? Allowed me to catch myself. So boom. This is exactly why I do it. I'm not perfect, but this helps you stay on track. So we got this one here. Oh wait. What did you say? It's really cool seeing the ins and outs. I think my YouTube chat is really delayed going back to Twitch. Oh, okay. I think I missed the answer. Oh, man. Sorry about that. I think, yeah. Maybe Twitch has like better bitrate or something. I'm gonna see if there's anything I can do on my end, Crash. I'm not sure why it's so delayed. Or maybe the video isn't live? Like maybe you have to make the video back to live mode, I guess. Alright, let's route these. Route like this. Like this. And there. That over there. Let's get these installed. So we got the white one goes further down. These are just the antennas for the Wi-Fi connection. I don't know if they integrated both the Wi-Fi and Bluetooth antennas on the Slims, because on the Gen 1 console, you'll see multiple wires of these like mini coax wires, because there's one for Bluetooth, and then one for Wi-Fi. Okay, good stuff. Everything's back in neat, as it should be. Alright. Gosh, it might have been me. I had to close all the apps on my phone, which was a lot. Gotcha. Everyone said, do you have any stories of repair that was going perfect and boom, something shorted, popped, and it was a oh shiz moment? But of course, it was repair successful. Another good question, making me think, Player One. You're doing great with those questions. A question, repair that was going, and then something bad happened, and then I still was able to fix it after. Oh man, that's a good question. I wonder if this should go there. No, it seems like just enough. Oh man, that's a good one. I can't think of something. Holy moly. The only thing I can think of is maybe I slipped, my hand slipped, and I either bumped components or scratched a trace, but I can't think of one. Maybe with one of these like stick drift repairs, I could see that. Oh, excuse me. And like maybe I tried to use a method that's a little unorthodox and it kind of backfired a little. Excuse me, but it still ended up being successful. That's a good question. I think you got me stumped. That is a good question. That's how you know you're a good interviewer, right there. I think I'm stumped. How long have you been doing repairs? So Billtron asks, I'll keep thinking about that, Player One. If I come up with an answer, I'll circle back. Billtron asks on YouTube, how long have you been doing repairs? Systems and your day job. So first got introduced to soldering at 12 by my dad. Didn't really do it, but just seeing it for the first time. I've been fixing my own car, thanks to my dad showing me stuff and working with me for forever, like since the first oil change. So I would have to say 12. Yes, 12, because back in middle school, I used to talk to people and find out who had broken PSPs or who wanted to mod them, and I would like take them in and flip them or fix them or mod them for people for a fee, of course. So I did that in my middle school years. Never caught me. It's been a long time. Now, as for my day job, I've worked at like almost every level of electronics, from the manufacturing to the assembly to operating the machines that puts all these parts down. Because it's not a human that puts the majority of the components down on the PCB. It's a machine. So I've operated those machines. I've done quality control. I've done technician routes where you're figuring out what's wrong and troubleshooting. I've done the rework, right? Like what you see me do, replacing the HDMI ports. And then up until now, where I'm doing like hardware validation at an engineering level, making sure these things will survive through different temperature cycles, different levels of radiation, electromagnetic interference, and even doing some design work, a bit of design work. I've kind of done a good chunk of it, thankfully. And it's kind of like I started from the bottom. Not to quote Drake exactly, but I did start from the bottom when it came to this electronics game. Literally, I started as a grunt worker putting the parts, the components, they're like almost on these like reels, and you slide them into the machines, and operating the machinery that places all these components, fixing any problems they had. Wow, I literally done all that. And I first got my first manufacturing type job after college was like 2016. 2016 is when I had my first manufacturing type job like that. Actually, it might have been a little bit earlier, maybe 2015. The MC Assembly. Yeah. How long ago is that? So 11? No, 10 years ago. A decade ago. That's awesome. Yeah, a decade. Roughly a decade. I would say overall about a decade. Is how long I've been doing all that stuff. At like the professional day job level. And then 13 years doing it at the like informal level. But it's been a long time. Wow. Now I'm thinking about it. Huh? You guys are making me think today. This is awesome. I gotta think about my history. What are they gonna put on my tombstone? That's awesome. You graduated college in 2016? Yes, I graduated in 2016 with a bunch of certifications and my AA degree. Yeah. Man, that feels so long ago, but that was not that long ago. No, let me say, that's probably the other way around. It feels not that long ago, but it's actually a good chunk of time ago. You're a young buck. Yeah, man. Time flies, it sure does. You're in your mid-20s? No, I'm in my late 20s. This is my last year with a 2 in the front. Next year I will be 30. Which I'm actually kind of like looking forward to, actually. I'm kind of wanting some gray hairs in my beard. There's beauty in gray-headedness. Oh snap, the big 3-0. Yeah, man. It's gonna be the big 3-0. Alright, so player 1 asks, any system that as you take on the repair suggests upgraded to modifications like the Game Gear LCD OLED or Game Boy Advance screen or an RGB? Yes, and as of lately, because of like the recent outreach from GullyKit themselves, which I need to produce that video. I told them I should have that video out in about 2 weeks. GullyKit sent me some of their products to basically show like an installation video of like how to install them. They sent me Hall Effect Joy-Con sticks, and they sent me Hall Effect Steam Deck sticks, which I have obviously candidates that I can use for these from my personal repertoire. But because of that, and other reasons of course, I've been starting to recommend people who have like special edition PS5 controllers to just upgrade to the Hall Effects. Because I'm like, if you never want to have to worry about stick drift again, here's the solution. And I only recommend that for controllers where I think it's worth it, because the controller's rare enough and is of enough value to warrant the added cost of using the Hall Effect analog sticks. And for those who don't know what Hall Effect analog sticks are, Hall Effect is just a terminology in electrical engineering or in electronics where you can detect the position of something thanks to the electromagnetic voltage that's generated between two magnets. So you can do that with an analog stick, so it's not friction on friction. So those components should technically never wear out. I'm sorry, Crash, I missed your message. She said forever ago. Bolo and I got married in 2016. Holy moly. Y'all were tying the knot and I was wearing a cap and gown. Look at that. Actually, I don't think I went to my graduation. I think I just took the paper and dipped. Now that I think about it. right. Oh, no, there's still this cover. Cover for SSDs. Who wants to upgrade their SSD, and the screw, which is different from all the other screws. It's no longer security bit or security Torx. It is Phillips. So we're gonna get a Phillips bit on there. All right, boom. All right, let's get these covers back on. I know this customer's gonna be happy. He looked so concerned. He was like, "Oh my gosh, man." I was like, "What happened?" He was like, "Man, wait, is this the? Oh, this is the bottom." He's like, "Man, it fell." I was like, "All right, man, we'll be able to take care of it for you. Don't worry." Those snaps are always so satisfying when you reassemble a console. Snaps, boy. Get the people going. It's provocative. Okay. Final test, and then I'll put this in my bin for delivery or drop off or pickup. Excuse me. Crashhead in the Twitch chat. I skipped my college graduation because it was in Iowa and I had moved to Maryland with Bolo. Oh, gotcha. Yeah. And then, oh snap, the big 3. Oh man, I've been finding a bunch of these grays in my beard lately. I hear you, Biltron. My brother's a little bit older than me, and he's starting to get grays in his beard. Funny thing is his grays are like at the corner of his mouth going down, so it looks like he drooled on himself sometimes in the right lighting. It's my brother Lex. Sometimes he's in the chat. Biltron said, "Have you ever had a situation where you were trying to repair something and something you did made it worse?" Something I did made it worse. I don't think I've had that happen quite yet. At least not when it comes to Wolfpack Electronics. I have had that happen at my day job. Where like, because those circuits are far more complex than these consoles. Now don't get me wrong, these consoles are complex. But the circuits I work on my day job are far more complex. And I forgot what it was exactly. Well, I can't really talk about it, but yes, there has been something I've worked on at my day job that, I'm sitting there working on it and I think I'm making progress, and then it got worse, and I'm like, are you kidding me? Like, all I was doing was like checking voltage rails when it was live, and I think my hand slipped, so I shorted 2 voltage rails together, and I think that cooked it, unfortunately. It happens. I mean, these things are so small. It's hard to be super precise all the time. And earlier I was saying I have super steady hands, but even then sometimes it's pretty difficult. So because this is a disc-less console, so it doesn't have a disk drive, I like to test by just doing obviously I'm not going to test a disk, but I always like to test to make sure that it can see a network connection. Alright, it can. And then I like to unplug the controller and make sure it still works, just as a way to know Bluetooth and Wi-Fi are working. Beyond that, there's nothing really much more. And that's why I offer a solid warranty, so if the customer has an issue and it's something related to what I worked on, yeah, we'll take care of it. Alright, this is a complete fix. gonna go ahead and power this thing off and get ready for this overheating one. Preparing to turn off your PS5. Make sure it's completely off. And wait for the white lights to go out. Man, this thing is so much thinner. It's not a whole lot smaller, but it's smaller for sure. It's definitely a slim. Alright, I'll put this one in my carry case for delivery. The customer. Alright, now we have this overheating PS5. Two PS5s back to back. Actually, in lieu of this, or not in lieu of this, because of this, and I'll be right back. I'm gonna go turn on the air compressor in my garage. I will have to step away because I like to, you know, really dust off things when they get pretty bad. So I'll be right back, guys. Oh man, I forget how loud that air compressor is. I bet my neighbors hate me. They're probably like, yo, what the heck? What is he doing in there? He's like a mad scientist or something. Alright. Let's see if I missed any messages. Made it worse, yep. If you could acquire one arcade cabinet to maintain and repair, what one would that be? If they ever made an arcade cabinet of Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine, that would be my pick. Because that was the one game my mom and I used to play a lot, and she was actually good at. There's very few games that my mom used to play, but Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine is one of them. She was also a huge fan of Tetris and Pac-Man, Miss Pac-Man, but she was cracked at Dr. Robotnik Mean Bean Machine. She would do combos on you and like drop all the stones, which that game is basically a reskin of Puyo Puyo, but it was just nice to play with her. And like, when she was sick, you know, she couldn't move around a lot, and the Sega Mini came out, the Sega Genesis Mini, you know, the HDMI clone that Sega made, officially licensed, and so we would play that. It was good times. But if they made an arcade cabinet of that, I would definitely want that, and I would definitely maintain that. If not that game, I'm trying to think of an arcade cabinet that I would gravitate towards as a young kid. Power Stone, maybe. Pac-Man, maybe. I can't. Maybe. I don't know. Those are the two I can think of. And Billtron said, LMFA OG. I have that too on the left side of my beard near my mouth. Alright, you and my brother have the same beard pattern. And he said, are the systems you work on from people local to you, or is it people from all over who send their systems in? So I have had a few mail-in orders. So one of the controllers that I'm going to be upgrading with Hall Effect sticks was a mail-in, but he's from Florida. I've had PS5 SCUF controllers, and the customer was in Washington State, literally like the other side. Like I'm down here in Florida, and he's like way over here in Washington. So that was cool. But yeah, I'm down to do mail-in orders. I have a whole little shipping department in my garage. I have spools of bubble wrap. So if I ship your product back, yeah, literally cross country. But yeah, if I ship your product back, it's gonna get shipped back with plenty of bubble wrap. Because I am very generous with my bubble wrap. Because I don't want any issues in transit as much. I want to minimize them as much as possible. Do you know how to mod systems too? Do I? Just ask player one. But to answer your question in a not so cocky way, yes, Billtron. Soft modding, hardware modifications. For example, I did a screen upgrade on a Sega Nomad, an LCD upgrade. I've done, shoot, like breaking signals out. I did a ColecoVision mod recently where I allowed it to output video into in composite, not just RF. So that was cool. How often, Biltron said, how often do you and your fam mess around with the bubble wrap and pop up? Thankfully, it's not many people to mess with the bubble wrap, thankfully. So it stays intact, thankfully. But I bet if I had children or something, oh, they would go ham. Because I have two styles. I have like a long spool, like almost like for paper towels. One side is the smaller bubble wrap, and one side is the thicker bubble wrap. So the thick ones are always so much more satisfying to pop. And player one said, "Oh yeah, amazing upgrades." Yeah. All right, let's switch to the overhead. Let's get this other repair going. So I'm just assuming this thing is just going to be dusty. He said he did his best to try to open it and clean the dust out himself, but if I had to guess, it's the heatsink beyond. Oh yeah, and he did a really good job cleaning this section of it. He did a really good job. I have to give him credit. But it's more internal, so we'll definitely get there. It's the heat sinks, I'm sure. But yeah, he didn't open this up all the way, so I'm gonna use my heat gun and remove those. Oh man, I forgot to do something on the last console, and I remembered it because I'm taking this one off. I forgot to put the warranty sticker back. That's the whole point of doing the hot air method. I'll be right back, y'all. Thankfully, that's quick to put back on. Gotta be accountable when you mess up. Alright. Let me do it from this perspective. There we go. And there is where the sticker should go. Boom. Looks like nobody touched it. As long as they don't watch this video. Alright, now let me go put this back in the delivery section. Or drop-off section. Yeah, I don't really do deliveries anymore. I just don't have the time. When I was first starting out, I would offer delivery and pickup, but I can't really do that anymore. Alright. Alright, I'm back. WP, I'm calling it, have to head out. I'll be in touch with a project in the future. Alright, player one. Glad you were here, man, and thank you for your awesome questions. Alright, Biltron said, down the line as your channel and business grow, would you consider opening a storefront? That is the million-dollar question I keep asking myself. Because I like my day job, and I kind of like the way things are, and I've tried to think of ways to scale without, doing a storefront, but it just seems like that's just the way things would have to go. If I can do this without a storefront, I'm gonna try to do it for as long as I can without a storefront. Hold on one second, just making a reply. Sorry about that, guys. I try not to text too much. Alright, let's move on with this overheating PS5. And I think after this, I'm gonna call it. I wanted to get to that controller, but it's a lot, man. I'm just one guy. And see, that's why what you're saying, Billtron, I always think about it. It's like, I don't blame you. Rent ain't cheap, but if it grows to that point, that'll be awesome. It'd be a lot with your day job, but you could also get it to a point where you have a staff and all that too. Exactly. I was thinking like, okay, let's say I get a staff, right? Or I get a storefront, and I basically have my staff do up to a certain point with repairs, and if they require like in-depth troubleshooting, I could do that. But I could teach them to do things like replace like cartridge batteries or do stick drift repairs. I think that would be a good sweet spot. That's funny. All right. All right, let's get that off. Let's get that off. And let's do this. Oh, looks like this screw's a little loose. That would be awesome, especially if you train them to approach each repair with the focus and care that you put into it. You guys would be golden, right? Oh my gosh, if I had like almost like a little task force, oh my gosh, like literally the Wolfpack task force, or just the Wolfpack for Wolfpack Electronics. Oh man. That's why I'm so glad I spent the time in really thinking about the business and the brand and the direction I wanted to take the brand early on. And I've had to make adjustments. Before it was Wolfpack Repairs spelled in a way that wasn't easy to search, so I changed that. And I think Wolfpack Electronics, I was talking to somebody, he used to be a business owner, and I was just talking with him, and I was like, man, I've been thinking of wanting to change my name. And I told him some examples, and he was like, you should do it, because it's easier to search. And his rationale was like, well, the name you have with Wolfpack Repairs, the way it was before, he was like, it makes it look like you and somebody had a business venture and it didn't work out and you broke off. I was like, man, you think all that from that? I was like, okay. But it did make me really think about it, and I was like, you know what? I want to take my business and brand in a different direction. LMFAO, yeah. And I was like, yeah. Plus, like, wolves are in style, but they're also, the wolf is my favorite animal. That's my first favorite animal. I have a top three. So number one is wolves, or are wolves, excuse me, grammar. Number two are falcons, and number three are the bioluminescent octopus, because I love the fact that an octopus is super intelligent. What? Yo, player one is a legend. His questions were amazing, and yours too, Biltron. You had some amazing questions. You had me stumped as well. I'm like, man, you guys are like podcast hosts, man. You guys are good. I hope you guys pop into the streams more often. It's really nice to have you guys here. I guess you guys are more the YouTube crowd, which is nice. So I'm glad I learned how to stream on both at once. He made a leap there. Hey, I don't know where his logic was, but that's what he was thinking. Are crazy smart. I seen some video of one opening a jar and getting in and out of it. Yeah. That's why I like the octopus. They're just a very smart creature. I like the fact they're intelligent, and in my head it reminds me of myself. Cause it's like, you know, you think of, okay, they're smart, and I'm not trying to moan horn or nothing like that, but I like the fact that they're smart, and then they got their hands in everything. That's what I think of, like a jack of all trades. So I try to be someone who's like, whatever I try to do and take seriously, I want to be good at it. Whether that's working on cars, working on consoles, working on whatever, working on this business, I want to be well at it, or good at it, and do well at it. So it just kind of reminds me of that. Like, they got their hands and everything, or their tentacles and everything. Alright. Got that cover off. Huh. Would you look at that? The fins are actually pretty clean. You see? I bet it's the thermal paste is oxidized and it needs to be reapplied. Cleaned and reapplied. Alright, I'll take care of that. So there's no reason, based on the clog I'm seeing, it's not very clogged. Or based on the heat sinks, or heat fins, excuse me. It doesn't look super clogged. Alright, got the disk drive out. Say, and they got two hearts, you got your heart in this. And they got two hearts, and you got your heart in this, and in your day job, you out here juggling, getting things done. Thank you, I appreciate that. But you make the streams good because you actually have a good back and forth with everyone in the chat, and you make it a point to answer everyone's questions. Yes. For now, hopefully it doesn't get too extreme where I'm like, I have to only answer like every fifth one or something, you know? And just keep doing you, and you'll see how much your channel business will grow. Yeah, man. I appreciate that. That's good encouragement. Thank you. You know, one thing one of my cousins told me that, you know, he told me it this year, and I've really been keeping it close to heart, is be patient with yourself. Like, just be patient. Just, you know, let things occur when they occur. Excuse me. That was it was aggressive. That sneeze was a little aggressive. But yeah, I'm just trying to be patient when it comes to this business thing. Not trying to rush anything. Things come along, that's great. Like the opportunity I had with Marcello, that was phenomenal. But other things, just don't get too hung up on the numbers or something like that. Just let things kind of flow naturally. Yeah, of course I dropped my Sharpie. Of course. There we go. Alright. He said, I feel you, but that's also good because that means you're blowing up. That's good advice. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of another reason why I want to just see where it goes when it comes to like going to these conventions. I just want to see how far this can go. Like, sometimes, and I'm gonna be honest, I started this business venture because I kind of got bored. Like, I was just like, you know what? I'm kind of doing all right in certain areas of my life, so I'm just like, okay, what's next? I need a challenge. What else is something I could do, but also that I've kind of always had in the back of my head of doing? I was like, you know what? Let me just try it, man. What's the worst that can happen, I feel like it's pretty low risk. I mean, I'm the product, so to speak, because you're doing the repairs. It's like, okay, if I damage someone's rare console, okay, I have to replace it, and just what's the replacement cost, Actually, I'm gonna mark these with a red Sharpie. Oh, bless you. Thank you, Crash. I appreciate that. Got the sniffles. Sir Sniffle-Lot. Oh, what was that? That slippage, though. Alright, no damage. Yeah, I think more of us, we can be more patient with ourselves, man. Cause like, for example, when I was trying to lose weight, I've been like it's taken me like a year and a half, and in our heads that can seem like forever, but it's like, no, man, that's pretty good progress. That's like a pound a week. So because it took me like a year and a half to lose like 50 pounds, which is pretty good, And it's so easy to focus on where you're not at, but it's like, man, you're doing all right. Like, you're doing all right. Just be patient with yourself. Not from the sense of have pity with yourself, but just appreciate where you're at and where you came from. So, yeah, every like whenever I'm like, oh man, I need to work more. I'm not meeting certain demands. Blah blah blah. I'm just like, for what, man? Especially when you go through life events and you see people you love pass away and things like that. It's like it really makes you put things into perspective. Like, what are you really grinding for? Like, what's the point? It's like the then what? Okay, get all the money, then what? Okay, what are you gonna do with the rest of your time? The money just allots you more time, but then what are you gonna do with that time? Spend it on what? Doing what? And that's what really made me start thinking about, okay, what am I gonna do with my time? It's like I'm gonna have to figure out something. So I was like, might as well fix electronics on a camera and talk to a camera, aka to you guys. Why not? And I think it's come along quite nicely. I started streaming in March. Now, granted, I started the business in October 2023, but I started streaming in March. And it's like, look how much it's grown so much. Alright, Billtron said, that's good advice. 50 pounds in a year is great. Yeah, man, thank you. I appreciate that. A lot of fasting and walking, man. Walking is fire. Helps you clear your head and get some steps in, get some movement. But you're right, people tend to be harder on themselves. Exactly. You can't take it with you, right. As much as I love Ocarina of Time and Melee, I can't take it with me. Time's the most valuable thing we got, and once it passes, we can't get it back. Precisely. And as you get older, your loved ones around you start going, you get, you know, not the best object lessons, but you do get object lessons of that. And you think about, okay, what did they really covet? They like really cared about this vase or this thing or whatever, and it's like, now what? All that hype on that thing goes with you, you know? It evaporates. So, I don't know. I'm not trying to be all, you know, mopey and philosophical or whatever the heck. I'm just saying, like, I decided, let me do this with my time and see where it goes. Let's see where Wolfpack Electronics can go. Because I was bored. And I'm glad I got bored. Bike riding is best. Yes, Dad, we know you like bike riding. My dad's a huge bike rider. This man got the suits and everything. He's got the... No, bicycle. My dad is anti-motorcycle, for sure. Most Caribbean parents are. But yeah, my dad's like an avid bike rider. This man got the whole outfit. He's got the pants with the cushions built into the pants. They're built in. So technically, you could take those gays with you, sneak them in the coffin. That was a good one. So that's what sucks about getting older, seeing family and loved ones growing old and passing. Yeah, we take things for granted. Absolutely. So my pops used to rock the bike shorts all the time. Yeah, man. My dad is such an enthusiast. He even got me one. Oh, see, he put it in the chat. He said, "I got you one too." This man got me a whole bike suit with the built in. It's built in. You got padding. I'm like, yo, we need those pants for like stadium events and concerts. It's built in. Built in. Yeah, the first time I saw those pants, I was laughing until I wore them, and I was like, oh, I understand. I understand the mission. I understand the cushion mission. Save thy cheeks. Alright, 40 something screws later. Could finally remove this section. Oh, these old PS5s have so many screws. It's kind of redonkulous, but whatever. Sony thought that was best at the time. They ended up reducing the number of screws they use. Alright. Got the shield off. That's hilarious. Facts. LMAO, get that extra cushion. Exactly. No clap cheeks in these shorts. Exactly. You gotta protect your prostate. You know what I'm saying? I would have lost so many of those screws, LMAO. That's why I mark them. Are all those screws necessary? Honestly, Dad, I think not. And I think Sony knew that, but I guess they just overdid it for the first round of the PS5. Because I believe this is a Gen 1. Oh no, this is a EDM030. So this is a third revision motherboard for the PS5. You can see it right up there. EDM. So the motherboard code for Sony's purposes for the PS5 is EDM. And then usually the revisions are 010, 020, 030 for the big ones. And then for the slims, it's 0x1. So the first number will be 0, the last number will be 1, and then whatever the middle number is the revision change. Based on my observations of working on these things, that's what I've seen. Must be an RF shielding. Yeah, I think so. I think it's like an RF EMI shielding / protection. Makes sense why they would do it. Oh no, so many screws. They ordered too many screws and didn't want them to go to waste, so they just put them anywhere they could to fit them. That's funny. I can see that. It's like schools when they have the budget. It's like use it or lose it, or like your HSA. Got to use the or FSA, excuse me, for like medical expenses. It's like use it or lose it. I don't like that. I don't like unnecessary pressure. Because it's like, what if I don't need it? Still got to use it. It's like, darn it. Alright, good, good. Alright, we got these 2 screws to remove. Alright, don't want to flex the board too much, but I gotta get underneath. Nice. Nice. Oh man, this one's really in there. Let's see if I can find another angle. Yeah, I like this angle a lot more. Alright. Wow. Liquid metal is not that bad. Man, why is this thing turning on like a jet turbine? It does have a little bit of a hot spot, but nothing crazy. Huh. Okay. Let's keep going. Excuse me. I see my first dust speck. Alright, so there's 2 screws on the backside to be able to take the power supply and the shielding off, so... Oh man. I guess I should have took those off beforehand. For the liquid metal. Hopefully it stays put. Just stay put. Maybe the heat sensor is defective. Must be. Oh, maybe. Exactly like when you gotta build a cabinet or a table and you still got extra screws when it's done, and you're questioning whether you screwed up or not. Oh, Billtron said, I used to work at Best Buy a long time ago, and I can't tell you how many times I built TV stands for display to get all the way to the end and then realize I screwed up somewhere along the line. Oh man. And would have to go back and take it apart to see where I messed up. Oh, that's the worst. That's rough. Alright, so we have a screw here. Oh yeah, that power supply is looking clogged from this angle. Alright, I think we know what our issue is. Oh, I put them up there. Okay. So this bottom one is this. Oh, these are the same screws? Yeah, they are. Okay. Nice. Alright, let's get this heat. Oh, nope. There's still one thing I need to detach, and that's this ribbon cable right here. Alright, let's get that out of the way. Nice. We can take this portion out. Alright, let's see. Oh man, the heat sinks look perfectly fine. Look at that. There's like no dust in them. These are like, this is in really good shape. Why is it running at full tilt? The only thing I can think of is slight oxidation on the CPU. Maybe it's like on one of the hotter sections of it. I'm definitely gonna respread the liquid metal, or clean it off and then respread it. Also, I'm gonna blow out this power supply. Okay. Man, you have to fully disassemble this thing to get to the power supply. That's a little bit annoying. That's alright. Is that board on the top left your workstation there to be able to test the AV cables? Oh, this little test box right here? Yeah, it's like a converter box I found online. I wanted to be able to feed in different types of inputs into the capture card on my PC, but when I tested it, it didn't work right away. So I have to figure something out before I'm outside of the window to return it. Because if I can't use it, there's no point in keeping it. Well, I could use it, but probably on that TV. I just really wanted to be able to test consoles and show you guys through a live feed. Alright, so these are power supply screws. Okay, here's the power supply. Okay, I'm going to go to the restroom. And we'll be right back. And then I'm going to, and while I'm on that break, I'm going to blow this out with compressed air. But I'll be right back, guys. Actually, let me put that in the chat first before I walk away. I didn't do that last time, and I don't think that's good practice. BRB. Alright, be right back, y'all. Now's a good time to go to the restroom. Alright. We are back. Sorry about that, y'all. Duty calls, as they say. Alright, so I can't see any like major dust buildup, but clean out the power supply, clean out the chassis, clean out the heat sinks. The only thing I see is like a hot spot on the processor. Like a spot that was not getting adequate cooling. Here, like an oxidized spot. Here, and I'll show you guys. So this is the processor. If you look on the left side, you see how it's not shiny and reflective, how it's kind of dull? That's an oxidized section of the processor. So what's going to happen is there's going to be no real good thermal transfer on that section of the processor. And I'm thinking that's what the main culprit is. So that's what we're going to knock out real quick. So the method I like to use is a microfiber cloth with soaked in alcohol. And make sure not to have gloves on. Liquid metal likes to stick to those fibers. And always throw it away, don't try to reuse it. Oh yeah, that's some significant oxidation there. Alright, let's try to clean it off some more. Alright, that's looking good. Let's see about the heatsink side. Then I'm going to respread the liquid metal. It almost has like an oily texture. That's weird. Where that comes from, but we're gonna take care of that right now. Oh yeah, that's pretty grimy. Wish I had like a razor blade. Might need to use a razor blade at a very shallow angle. This is where it gets pretty sketchy, but necessary. Yeah, that's some interesting oxidation that has occurred. It's like almost gummy. And I find that strange because this console's never been opened. Random, do you have any favorite comedians? What's your favorite shows or movies? Oh, do I? I don't want to be super cliche, but Dave Chappelle, man. I was curious to see if anybody would catch it in my game room tour, but I have a DVD copy of the first season of Chappelle Show. And I was like, oh man, that's like in the video. I was like, oh no, I hope that's not like a problem. But yeah, Dave Chappelle, Killing Them Softly, probably like my all-time favorite. And then in terms of movies, cult classic, but it's a comedy, Friday with Ice Cube. Yeah, that's the one for me. He said, what you're doing and what you know how to do has got to be super useful, especially these days where everything being electronic now. Yes, yes. And things are just going to get more electronic that way. You gotta like keep your head on a swivel almost when it comes to these electronics. Reminds me of a question player one asked about like, you know, do you think it'll help or not? Oh yeah, that is spreading like butter. Oh yes, I love when it's so clean and it spreads like this. So satisfying. Alright, now we gotta do the processor side. Chappelle the GOAT! Yes, exactly! I got both seasons on DVD plus the lost episodes. Killing Them Softly is what made me fall in love with comedy. Man, you sound like me right now. For what it's worth, it's one of my all-time favorites. Yep, that and Eddie Murphy's Delirious. Man, I know it can be a little raunchy, and it probably wouldn't fly in today's climate, social climate. But man, that junk was funny. Oh man, those stand-ups. Oh, so funny. Alright, let's see if that does it, y'all. And all 3 Friday movies were bangers. Wow! I guess people in New York are very cultured. You know, because sometimes it always blows my mind when I ask certain people, like, hey, have you seen Friday? And they're like, what's that? And I'm like, what? Yeah, all 3 Friday movies slap. Friday and Next Friday are my favorites. Friday After Next was good, right? You know, with Cat Williams and all that, but the first one and Friday After Next, boy, that's the funny as heck. Ooh, Last Friday. That's a good name. I wonder who they're gonna bring back. I wonder if Chris Tucker would come back. All right, let's get this thing reassembled and put the power supply back in. Man, when that movie comes out, I'm going in theaters. Ice Cube is either writing it currently or it's written and needs to go into production. Yes. Talk about watch a movie you watched too early in your childhood. It's definitely one of them. So worth it though. Alright, let me get my gloves back on. So the next portion is this, technically. Then the screws from the bottom. If there's a way I can get those screws in. Don't Be a Menace. Man, you sound like one of my cousins, man. Yes, I've seen Don't Be a Menace in South Central while drinking your juice in the hood. That was another movie I grew up on. It was that and Friday. I would play those all the time. Joyner Lucas, I think he's good, but like I don't actively listen to his music. But I do respect his niche. He's like people consider him like the Black Eminem. You know, he gets that a lot. Like he's all right. But like I don't go out my way to listen to him. You might be wondering why I'm screwing this in like this. It's because the liquid metal has been spread and I don't want it to move around. So I'm trying to hold this right side up. The Wayans family are the most legendary comedy family in my opinion. Yes. Yes. Damon Wayans, Marlon, Sean, Keenan, and the sisters. And then even like the nieces and nephews too, right? Like one of my favorite sitcoms growing up is My Wife and Kids, you know? That's a sitcom for the ages. I remember growing up, my mom was like, "Oh, you're too young for this." And she won't let me watch it. Plus, it came on later, and we had to go to bed for school and whatnot. But when I got older, I definitely remembered it, and I watched it. Man, screwhead. Make sure I line all this stuff up. That one. All right. Got those screws in. Yo, hey, the real Gote. Hey, man, what's up? It's my people from the Carolinas and Tormeniscus. Welcome to the Twitch chat. Said the family's mess, my wife and kids was the stuff. Exactly. You ever seen In Living Color? No, but it's on my list of movies to go back and watch. That show was the foundation for shows like Chappelle Show, Mind of Mencia, and Key and Peele. Yep. That like kind of skit type show. I forgot the genre. It's like skits or skits show. Sounds like schizo, but that's not what it is. I forget what it's called. With that style of show though, where they just play a bunch of skits. Sketch show. There you go. Yes, yes. There you go. Yes. My bad. I don't know why I couldn't think of it to save my life. Actually, I had the board right. So Torn Meniscus and go to sketch comedy. Yeah, we're talking about like some of our favorite comedians and like stand-up shows or just movies, comedy movies that we like. Oh yeah, you guys can't see it, but I have two chats up. I haven't installed the plugin to allow both chats to appear on screen, but Gote and Meniscus, you guys are in the Twitch chat. There's actually a good amount of people in the YouTube chat, and we've been talking. So one guy in particular, Billtron, he's actually friends with GameCube Galaxy from like their childhood, and it's interesting hearing lore, but also Billtron's a super cool dude. I see why Marcello hangs with him. Yes, that's true too. The Waynes are the reason the world knows about Jim Carrey. Yeah, and like their time on Saturday Night Live too helped amplify them. But yeah, I mean, Ice Cube's the reason Terry Crews blew up in his acting career. I always think that's super cool. Try to be as careful as possible. Nice. All the guide pins are lined up and in. Nice. Thanks, man. Yeah, of course. I only say stuff if I mean it. Where'd my screwdriver go? Oh, way over here. Excuse me. Excuse me. So we have these green screws. One here. One green screw. Another screw. The shorter screw here. Perfect. And then we got this longer screw down here. Yo, everyone on NetPlay kind of weird, not gonna lie. I got a pleasant surprise for you though. Let me know when you want it. Oh, geez, you've been practicing? Torn meniscus, you've been practicing your melee? Yeah, I think at some point I gotta start playing video games on stream. Some point. Because I think that'll be entertaining for people. See me rage or, you know, me do a sick combo or something. And then also, I want to play with the pack members too, like Mario Kart, Mario Party. Oh yeah, Billtron, I don't know if you heard, and I haven't really fully started advertising it yet. I wanted to get certain ducks in a row, but I'm going to be doing a Switch 2 giveaway next month. I was able to secure more than one pre-order, so I'm going to be advertising that pretty heavy. You should definitely stream games. Yeah, especially like Melee and Destiny. Those are like the two main games I play online. A little bit of Halo too. I'm still a Halo fan. Even though the last game wasn't the hottest in the world, but you know what? It was something. They tried. Or like me playing like Ocarina of Time, or I was also thinking about Tales of Symphonia, finishing my run of that. Oh, sorry for that pop noise. I accidentally hit my headset with the screwdriver. Alright, nice. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Good. That's seated very well. Now I gotta put all of these stinking screws in. Gambit? To stream myself playing Gambit. Oh boy. Somehow I know more now than I did years ago. Oh snap, man. You like hit a new level. That's awesome, man. Yeah. Thanks, Biltron. Oh snap. Stinking Torn Meniscus in the Twitch chat has leveled up his melee skills. He's gonna give me a run for my money. I'm actually excited. Like super excited. Oh, let me not forget to make those connections. So we have this ribbon cable. This is for the power and eject button. I'm just gonna connect that. Based on what I saw, I did a full clean out. I'm just recapping this console and what was done. Did a full clean out of this console. Oh. And then also cleaned off the thermal compound and reapplied it. So between those two things, there's like not even a speck of dust. If this thing's still overheating, I am very concerned for the customer. Because the only thing that would detect heat like that is like the processor, the main processor. I'm really hoping it's not something like that. That would suck, man. I mean, I hope not. So many screws. But this thing is super clean now. It's funny how these days younger people love watching people play games on YouTube or Twitch, but back when we were younger, the last thing we would do was we would be willing to do is watch someone play. You're absolutely right. Man, I used to watch my family members extra guys, like extra lives, like a hawk. And as soon as you hit zero and got game over, it's my turn now. Honestly, I feel like that's what made me pretty decent at games, because you didn't want to give up your turn. Because it was more like if you lose, it wasn't like time based. And having siblings, you know, you gotta share. Unless we had only one remote. Yep. It's like if we wanted to play like Mario. Mario was like the game. It's like as soon as you died X amount of times, it's the other person's turn. Fail the fights that would ensue if you didn't give up the controller. Yes, sir. And it gets to the point where we had two controllers, and it was based on colors. Like, this is my controller, and this was N64 I'm talking about. So the red controller, the blue controller, the green one. It was like, no, that's Jeff's controller. That's funny. Not giving up the control one time can lead to months of war. Yes, you're breaking the Treaty of Versailles by doing that. Alright, Crash. It was nice having you in here. Post the test results on Insta? I think I shall. Good night, Crash. Yeah, I gotta do the same soon. Gotta get ready for bed. There's like a meeting that I have to attend early tomorrow. Well, it's not really that early. It's at 9 a.m., but it's for my day job, so I can't miss that one. I might sneak in some Game Boy battery replacements. Turf was over the specific controller. Yep. Red and blue. That's funny. Alright, if this thing is still running super hot, I am gonna have to figure out something else. Also, with these PS5s, it's ideal to run it standing or horizontal if you can, if your space allows, because the console runs a lot better and the liquid metal can stay flat over the processor a lot better. Alright, last screw, and we got the disk drive. Oh wait, we gotta run these antenna wires. Alright, nice. Let's get this reconnected. It's gotta reinstall the disk drive. That was the power cable. This is the data line. I don't know why Sony did it like that. It's like butted up against. You could barely get your finger in there to like depress the locking tab. Alright. And see, this is something that I have to test fully assembled. It's not like it's the HDMI port or something where kind of just test it at that point. Gotta test it fully assembled. See if I can get it to, if not overheat, at least like spool the fans up a lot. tucked away. Cover. Nice. I can't really tell. No, it's this way. Yeah, it's this way. Nice. Figured it out. We're almost there. I guess while I'm running the stress test, I'll knock out those Game Boy batteries that I need to do for our customers. They're quick, so I'll just knock those out. So that'll be like bonus if you want to stick around for that. You know what? I've been kind of craving to play Super Metroid. I don't know if anyone else kind of feels that vibe lately, but like I've been wanting to play like Metroid games. Maybe I'll finally finish Metroid Primes, any of the Metroid Primes. Let's not forget the Warranty Void sticker. Alright. Then we got one last piece, the SSD upgrade cover. The NVMe SSD upgrade cover. All right. Get this trim back on. Time to test. Power, check. HDMI, check. Press power button. Oh, there was a disc in there? Oh yeah, my copy of Sonic Frontiers. Don't want to forget that. I wonder if there's a game that's more demanding. Maybe like Spider-Man? I feel like Spider-Man's probably a better game to run on this thing. Probably a little more demanding of the console. I need something that really pushes this thing. Hogwarts Legacy would probably push this console pretty tough. Alright, so we're gonna run this in the background, try to induce failure. Let me double check some things like network. Network is good. Wireless controller connectivity is good. Let me grab Spider-Man. Yo, the beat on this slaps. Goes this way. Alright, let me put this here so I don't forget it, like I did that one time. And then it's gonna probably need to install it. That's gonna take some time. This drive was working before. There it goes. Alright, let's copy in Spider-Man while that is happening. Quickly work on these. And let me get the batteries for these. I'm hyped for the new Metroid Prime. Yes! Metroid Prime 4 is going to be fire. I can't wait. This is a funny one so far in your time fixing consoles. Have you ever accidentally left a game you were testing on a system? Good question. Let me tell you about that. Spider-Man 1 and 2 should help push the system. For sure, Hogwarts, like you mentioned, yeah. So, yes, actually, Biltron, I left my original copy of Spider-Man Miles Morales, and I had to go get another one. I left my disc in a customer's console. Never heard from the customer, and I ain't mad at him. I can't blame him. I was just like, well, it's my fault. I should have never left it in there. So I had to retrieve my another copy. Once you made that smirk, I knew you had a story. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It felt great. Good thing it was just Spider-Man. It wasn't like something super rare that would be really hard to get back. But I probably wouldn't use that game for testing anyway. I'm like, yo, the customer didn't even say nothing. They're just like, well, maybe he meant to leave it in there. It's probably what they were thinking. I'm just kidding. I don't know what they were thinking, but it did suck, and it was a lesson learned. Thankfully, it wasn't a super expensive lesson to learn. Man, 6%? Yeah, that's going to take a while. So in the meantime, this is what we got going on. Battery replacements for a local Pokemon enthusiast. His Instagram is Kanto Collectibles. Tomorrow. Alright, so let me replicate the issue. You always replicate the issue. Even though it's something as simple as battery swapping, I like to replicate the issue. In order to do that, I'm gonna need batteries. Alright. Let's get some batteries for these bad boys, and I'll be right back. BRB, y'all. Not only do I need AA batteries, I need the coin batteries. Alright, AA battery secure. Let's get the coin batteries. battery secured. AA battery secured. Boom. Got batteries. Alright, so first things first. Let's test these out. Let me put all this away. Just gonna need my soldering station. Get that warmed up. Put my Sharpies away. Try to keep my area tidy, because when it gets too cluttered, it starts to get on my nerves, not gonna lie. And then I start getting tilted. Like towers. Said they popped that bad boy on when they turned the system back on. Yep, and they were smiling all the way to the bank. Jeff getting busy tonight. Pause. Hey yo, Paul. But yes, Billtron, I repair game cartridges too. I have successfully repaired some. There have been some that I worked on but ended up coming back to me for a different issue. So the success rate is good, it's positive, but there are some things I guess I need to still figure out. Oh man, that sound. It's iconic. Listen to this. Oh man, the nostalgia bait. Alright, he said the clock batteries run dry. I think on Sapphire, it's just that you can't do time-based things, and then on Silver, you can't save. Oh, wait, let me try it again. I'll probably clean the contacts too while I have it open. Look at that. Still no backlight. Alright. We're getting there. We're getting there. Look at that. Man, that sound brought me back, doesn't it? Every time. Every time. Now this Game Boy Advance, I think I'm gonna do a backlight mod on it and mod it, and then do a giveaway, I'm thinking. Alright. Yep, see? Look at that error. Internal battery has run dry. Alright, let me get a pic of this. Because last time I did this job, I didn't take a pic of it, and then I had to use some generic stock photo. However, clock-based events will no longer occur. So you can still save, but no clock-based events. That's the problem. Alright, so we definitely replicated that issue. So I need to replace the battery on that guy. And then now, let's see about Pokemon Silver version. So nice that this thing was backwards compatible. Oh, even that sound is iconic too. And that booted right up. Oh, what'd you say, Billtron? I didn't know the cartridge had batteries in them either, lol. Are you able to fix Switch games too? Or are those cartridges set up differently? Switch games are a little rougher because once those are damaged, they're really hard to repair. Same thing with DS games, because there isn't really any serviceable components in them. But yeah, Game Boy, any game that has like save data that lets you save usually has a battery in it. So even as far back as the NES, like if you had a copy of Legend of Zelda, Zelda 2, Fire Emblem, any game that saves had batteries. So when the battery runs dry, you lose your save data. Speaking of batteries running dry, the battery on my headset's about to go out. But thankfully I have a headset with a system. I have a headset with like a dual battery system and a little base. It's the SteelSeries Arctis Nova Arctis Pro. So you won't hear me for a little bit, but I'll have the new battery in. Here, I'll show you guys. And just like that, we're back. Man, I love this headset for that. I think it's very good for streamers, the whole dual battery system, because you don't have to deal with downtime of charging or being tethered. And then you just put the depleted battery in the charging base and boom. Man, why is the volume so much louder for this Game Boy game? Alright, so you see? Oh, wait, sorry. You can't see because I'm not on the overhead. So you can see there's definitely no continue data, which is not a good sign. We hit new game, and when you get to the point where it's time to like save the file, when you save and go back, it won't save. I'm gonna try to speed this up. Spider-Man's only at 45%. Man, I don't know. I might have these batteries swapped before before it's done. What are those headphones and are they comfy? Hey, Real Gote. Yes, they are very comfortable, but I actually swapped out the cushions on these things just for more comfortable cushions. They're felt. So here, I'll put them on in the camera and maybe you can see them. So these headphones came with like rubbery, like leather red, but then I swapped them out for this material. I swapped them out for this felt material because they're comfortable, especially because my office gets hot, so they stay a little bit cool. But this company, they're called Wicked Cushions. Here, I'll put them on screen real briefly. And they make cushions for a lot of, they're not the cheapest, but I've heard of them through Bad Seed Tech Reviews, or Bad Seed Reviews. He's a dude with a big beard. Wicked Cushions. Here, you can see my screen shortly. So here, Gote. This is the company that makes them, Wicked Cushions. And they make cushions with gel. They basically make replacements for headsets like a lot of the modern headsets these days, which is really nice. So Corsair, Razer, Logitech, HyperX, SteelSeries, which is what I have, and even the official Xbox and Sony ones. So you see like the Pulse Elites? This is perfect. They have this felt material with gel in them. So it's like, it'll keep your head cool instead of these leather ones. The leather ones, they hold heat in, which is like a big no-no for me. Oh no. But here's the ones I got. Oh, they even sell replacement plates? Oh, that's cool. Oh, I wouldn't get that, but that's cool. Well, maybe I would. You never know. But here, just real briefly before I go back to the overhead camera view, I'll show you the exact ones I got. So this is the headset I have, Arctis Nova Pro Wireless. And I got these ones right here. In hindsight, for the price difference, for the $1 difference, I should have got these with the cooling gel. But I don't think these were out yet. Or maybe they were and I just missed them or something. Or they sold out and so I just settled for these. But this, man, versus the leather, keeps my ears so much cooler. It was like a real problem. Because my office gets so much hotter than the rest of my house. Might have to cop. I know Gote about to order right now. Oh, really? Do your ears run hot too when you game? Because they were a Elon Musk for me. I had to get them. Super Elon Musk. The cooling seems fire. Yeah, I've heard nothing but good things. Consider an investment. Or you can wait till your OEM cushions go out, which is what was happening to mine. They were starting to just go because I've had this headset for like, I'm low-key copping. Nice. Man, shoot. Wicked Cushions should sponsor me. Yo, where my brand deal at? No, I'm playing. Let me not be too greedy. It'll come in time, I hope, you know. Highly recommend them though. I heard about them from Bad Seed Tech, I believe is his channel. Here, let me look it up real quick. Bad Seed Tech. Yeah, this is the dude. Here, let me screen share again. This guy on YouTube, Bad Seed Tech. This guy. He's a guy with a big old beard. But yeah, look, here's the video. Wicked cushion. He said these will make you bust open your wallet. Hey yo. Clickbait title, but yeah, you get it. This is where he's talking about the cushions. And he made that video 6 months ago. Holy moly. Alright, let's go back to overhead. And not gonna lie to you guys, I have to use the bathroom. I gotta stop drinking liquids on stream. So, sorry guys, I will be right back, I promise. I really just have to go to the restroom real quick. Code Wolf, yo, that would be fire. Or Wolfpack, or WPE, whatever. I like Wolfpack, I feel like that's fire. Yeah, I like that, Alright, be right back, y'all. Alright, we back. We back. Alright. I kind of know that the save data is not going to work, just based off of the, just based off of the fact that there was no save data already, and whoever had this game, I know they played it. So I'm gonna push this to the side. Alright, so let's replace the battery in this copy of Sapphire. Pokemon Sapphire, and I believe this is an OEM copy? Yep, this is an original copy. This is an official copy. A lot of times with Pokemon games, there's a lot of repros. But this is not one of those cases. So Nintendo with their good old tri-wing screwdriver. They love their tri-wing screw. It has 3 points. I mean, it's just one screw. I'll put it here. Slide these apart. Boom. Lift that up. Boom. Oh, this is the original battery. Well, yeah, no wonder why. Alright. Take the original board out. Let's get my other glove. Alright, let's get that over there. Man, these contacts are in phenomenal shape. Wow, this cartridge is in great shape. It'd be funny if once you fixed it and send it back to the customer, when they boot it up to play and see that you've already caught all the Pokemon. That'd be insane. That would be hilarious. That would be like, yo, who is this guy? And what Game Shark did he use? Man, this thing still has factory flux on there. That's crazy. Alright. I'm gonna show you guys how to do this. You definitely want your solder wick, solder braid. Sometimes at my job we call it John because of John Wick. That's what we call the solder braid. Corny, yes, but you know, when you're at work and bored around a bunch of dudes, you come up with stuff. Also. Alright. Spider-Man is at 86%. Okay, good thing I stalled with bathroom break. Nice. And you don't want to dwell too much on these solder joints because the board is going to be a little bit delicate just because of age and just this isn't like the thickest board in the world. You just want to be a little delicate. Alright. It's one side off. Another reason you don't want to apply too much heat to a lithium battery is because they can explode. And I say that as trying not to be as scary as possible. They actually can. If you apply too much heat to electrolytic capacitors or batteries, they will pop. So you want to be very careful to only apply the heat you need to. Alright, nice. Boom. Old battery off. Just like that. Those are things I learned the hard way. Well, I'm glad you're here because I can just tell you and show you. Alright, so in the world of electronics, the proper way. So this is a CR1616. I want to replace it with the same battery type, which is a CR1616. I believe that's what we have here. Yep, CR1616. We got plenty of them. So positive is this side and negative is this bottom side. Okay. You want to make sure you put the battery back in the proper polarity, the correct orientation. If you don't, bad things will happen. Spider-Man is installing pretty quick. Yeah, it's probably almost done. Oh, it is done. Alright, let me just run it. Play it from here. I could probably, well, no, I don't want to do that. I'll just run it and see what I hear from the thermals of the console. See if I can actually say, hey, it's fixed or not. Man, the soundtrack on this game, fire. Especially if you're a hip-hop fan, you're gonna enjoy it. Oh yeah, let me take some pictures. Like trying to be better about that and take more pictures for Instagram and my other socials. Alright, pictures taken. Always got the opening song for Spider-Man 2 stuck in my head when they're on the way to fight Sandman. Gotcha. Funny enough, I still haven't played Spider-Man 2, even though I have it, which is crazy to me, even to say that out loud. Man, I've never played on the easiest difficulty before. Let's do it. Let's see, what would push the console harder? Performance is probably CPU based. Fidelity is going to be GPU based. Let's just do fidelity. What helps with you streaming the repair process is that if you forget to take a picture of something, you'll be able to go through the stream video and get pics from that too. Yes. It's like a backup. They're not like the same quality, but yet you're absolutely right, and I have done that. I mean, I even had to send it to Marcello for the video. Wait, what? Okay, so this is positive, this is negative. But the tabs are like backwards. Why would they do that? Oh, it's like they like put the tabs on backwards. It's supposed to be like this, but it's backwards. Oh, that's annoying. So I gotta rebend these tabs? Okay, that's fine. This is what it is. Alright, let's do that. Let's get this tab rebent. From factory, they like didn't do what was optimal. It's alright. Take care of it ourselves. Alright, we're almost there for the installation. That lines up. Just need to get this down and over. There. Oh yeah, that's good. Boom, pads line up, polarity is correct. Let's get this thing soldered in and see if we get that message again. I love Spider-Man 2, seen a lot of people having mixed reactions to it, but I enjoyed the story and gameplay. Oh yeah, I'm looking forward to when I actually play it. Oh, I gotta swing. The game tries to get you in and swinging. Sorry, y'all. I'm trying to get to like a very dense, graphically dense area, which is like perfect down here. Alright, this is good. And just let it run. Alright, we're at a graphically demanding area in Spider-Man. Now I'm going to go ahead and solder these tabs in. Then we're going to clean up the board. And notice, all this I'm doing without a microscope, and I'm doing that for a reason, so that way I can show you don't necessarily need one for this job. Alright, new battery is in. New battery is in. Just like that. But we're gonna double check. How do we double check? With a somewhat expensive tool called a multimeter. I'm curious what the voltage was. So these batteries are rated for 3 volts when they're new. I'm curious what the original battery was, how much voltage it was putting out. Alright, so we got the get this tab here. For you guys there. Oh my word. Was it really that dead? Less than a volt. 40 millivolts. Jeez. That's so low. I wonder why I didn't save anything. The battery was beyond dead. Yep, 42 milliamps. Or millivolts, sorry. Now let's check the new battery. Let's see, we got a connection here and a connection here. 3.3. Oh, I have my leads reversed. Sorry. .328. So this one's definitely in good shape. That battery has seen some stuff. Oh yeah, it's seen everything. It's seen it all. That boy was done. He was dried up. Alright, so that's one down. Let me double check on the microscope. Not necessary, but I have it, so might as well. Alright, that solder connection is good, and that solder connection is good. Yeah. Alright, yep, didn't need it. Just doing a little quick inspection. Now I'm just going to clean off the board. Clean the flux off the board. Hey Billtron, you remember what flux is? That way if someone asks you, you know. You can tell them with confidence, yes, I know what flux is. Because I learned at twitch.tv/wolfpackelectronics. Shameless plug, I know. Alright. Oh, we got an alert. We got an alert. Inception. Welcome to the pack, man. FXception. Welcome, welcome. Nice to have you here. We're just working on some Game Boy batteries. We're just replacing some Game Boy batteries just to end the night. And stress testing a PS5 that was overheating in the background. So while I'm running the stress test, alright, so now let's put this back together and test it. You know what? While I have this out, let me clean the contacts. Fun fact. Contacts, these batteries are really good for cleaning these contacts. These batteries, excuse me. These erasers are really good for cleaning these contacts. It's like very well known thing in the retro console community. In the retro community, these pink erasers, man, they're goated. And then let's get some alcohol. Oh yeah, look at that shine on them pins, man. Pins are shiny. Sweet. Nice to have you here. FXception. Am I tripping? Was it supposed to be inception or FX function? FX is like function in math. F of X, I guess. I don't know. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Probably is. I am. Alright, so we replace that battery. Let's get this lid back on. Boom. Just one done. Man, I really wish I would have started. F exception. F exception. Wow. That's messed up to write it that way. Nah, you're welcome, Tier. There's no F exception. Short for fatal exception. Just didn't want to a long ass handle. Alright, I got you. Understood, understood. Fatal exception. And then we're trying to test this game, but it might be a little bit too much effort. Okay. I was just trying to get to the point where I can save. Alright, so you see, I'm trying to save, right? I'm going to hit yes. And let's see what happens. Saving, don't turn off the power. And it said it saved, right? With all the A's. Now we're going to turn it off. Turn it back on. And let's see if the file's there. If the file's not there, then we know for sure the battery's depleted. Have you done a backlight mod on a Game Boy Color? I have not yet, but I know... Wait, yo, yeah, I have. My bad. I forgot. It's been a while. Actually, I have this Game Boy Color that I'm going to do a backlight mod on and upgrade the shell to something a little nicer. This one's been ran through. Pause. I might do a giveaway too. You see? Notice the file is not present even though I just saved, right? That's how you know on these Game Boy and Game Boy Color games if the battery's depleted. I have a purple see-through shell Game Boy Color that I've used maybe once since I bought it brand new. Oh, nice. Alright, so let's go ahead and replace the battery out of this guy. Also, fun fact, to properly dispose of batteries, lithium batteries, so alkaline batteries you can throw away in the trash can, it's no big deal. But lithium batteries, you're not supposed to throw them away in the trash can. You're supposed to properly dispose of them. Now, what I do is I tape the battery, so that way I know it's not going to make contact with something, which is the proper way to dispose of them. Well, to handle them, and then you gotta take them to your local dump, which I have to because I have more than just a battery to deal with for e-waste. Oh, Billtron. Billtron says I'm gonna call it a night, but great stream, man. This was interesting as hell and a lot of fun. I'll be back for the next one, man. Hope you have a good night. Thank you, Billtron. Have a good one. Alright, let's keep it pushing, So, fix this, we need to test it. Replace the battery, need to test it. And yeah, backlight mod would be nice, so when I'm showing you guys, I don't have to like get the right angles, and you guys are seeing a bunch of reflections. Stab them with a knife, obviously the battery. Hey yo, this guy. Oh, we didn't get that alert. Remember that alert we were getting? Here, we might have missed it. Let me put it back on. Remember there was an alert that said your battery has run dry? It was right after the screen. Nothing. Straight to title screen. So that was a fix. That is taken care of. So this copy of Sapphire saved. Put this to the side. And then get ready to replace the battery in this guy. Alright, this one has a game bit screw. Oh, this battery looks like it was replaced once before. Maybe this is the OEM battery? I mean, the flux looks pretty OEM, but let's see. Do you do this as a hobby or business? Kind of both. I still have a day job as an engineer, but I do this in the evenings. I mean, it's late. I'm in the Eastern time zone, so it's like 12 a.m., and I still gotta go to work tomorrow. Good thing I showered already. But Yeah, it started as a hobby, but I decided to make like an appointment only mail-in type business. So this is what I do. I just stream my repairs because I was doing it anyway for the business, so I figured let me stream as well. Show people how to do stuff and whatnot. So a CR 2025 is what these Game Boy cartridges require. CR 2025. Let's see. Do I have a CR 2025? I do have a CR 2025. I have a lot of CR 2025s. And so far that PS5 in the background's running. Gotcha, that's cool. Yeah, thanks, man. Appreciate you being here. You could be anywhere this Thursday morning, Wednesday night. But you're here with the pack, man. Alright. Let me get my gloves on. And I'm not hearing that PS5, so that's a good sound. Or sign. It's not overheating anymore, I think. I think it just really needed the liquid metal to be respread. I need to clean that pin off. It's a little dirty. Alright. Actually, here, while it's still in circuit, I want to show you guys. Let's see what the voltage is while it's in circuit and compare it with the new battery, this guy, and the old battery. So this is our negative terminal. Negative terminal's down here, and our positive's up here. Boom, boom. 0.136 volts. That is way too low. It should be at 3. So that's 134 millivolts. That's extremely low. So no wonder why it's not saving anything. It doesn't have enough juice to do so. Now, what should these batteries be at? I'm assuming 3 volts. Yeah, it's 3 volts. So, is this positive? Yes, this is positive. So let's compare that with this brand new battery. Positives down here on the left, negatives up here. 3.3 volts. It's a huge difference. So one is full of electrons and one barely has electrons in it. So let's go ahead and get this battery replaced. Get these dikes and flux. So we're going to add flux as a catalyst for soldering. It just removes oxidation, allows solder to flow better. Wait for my iron to heat back up to 742 degrees Fahrenheit. Alright, we're going to use this copper braid to remove the old solder. Try to lift one of these tabs while applying my soldering iron so that way I can lift it up and out of the way. Just like that. And then we can get this other one out of here. Heat that up. Boom. Old battery removed. Just like that. Where's your fume extractor? Yeah, I know. I'm terrible. I don't have a fume extractor in here yet. I think I'm going to get like one of those fans with a filter because that's all I can fit. I wish I had one I could plumb something in, but you're right. Sometimes, so typically I wear a mask. I have a mask right here, but sometimes when I stream I don't. I need to. Actually, let me do that. Thank you for being wise. I should use my fume extractor. It's the old battery. Alright, there we go. This is the best thing I have right now until I get something else. Something A little bit more. A little bit better. I'm surprised you know about fume extractors. Have you soldered before? Fatal exception? Most people don't know that kind of lingo unless you're in the game. I mean, I don't use one, but I figured you got pretty fancy setup. Figured you'd have one. Hey, man, I'm getting there. I'm getting there. At some point, I will, hopefully. Well, I should. That should be a good example and have a fume extractor. Alright, so positive for negative. Nice. See, this one has the tabs in the right spot. I don't have to do a bunch of extra bending. I do solder, not often though. That's awesome, man. What was the last thing you soldered, if you can remember? I know you mentioned it was a little while ago. Nice, that tab is down. Time for the positive tab. Alright, let's clean up the flux residue. The real Gote said, I had no idea these had batteries. Yes, sir. Back in the day before hard drives and SSDs, games saved their data with batteries. That's how you're able to keep a voltage on the memory chips. So N64 cartridges, Super Nintendo, NES, original Nintendo, some Sega games. Sega was the first console to have the memory saving battery on the console. Well, let me not say they were the first, but the Sega CDX had one. For sure. Which was one of the cooler consoles I've worked on. Alright, so now that we got the battery replaced, we can check the voltage again and just make sure, okay, where is it at? So we have a positive lead up here, negative lead down here. What voltage do we get? 3.3. Boom. Alright. That should work. We should be able to save. Now I gotta go through that stinking opening cutscene again. Well, that's alright. Throw this away. Get cleaned up a little bit. Oh yeah, let me clean the contacts on this guy. Remember, this eraser method is goated. A war driver, basically like a portable Wi-Fi scanner. Huh. Why would you need a portable Wi-Fi scanner? Besides using your phone, are you into cybersecurity? You know? Maybe you have a job in cybersecurity or consulting. War driver. Alright, let's go ahead and get some alcohol. Electronics, InfoSec, IT, etc. Okay, gotcha. That's cool, man. Yeah, I'm an engineer in my day job. I work for a locomotive company. So, trains, but I'm not a foamer. I don't like trains that much. I mean, trains are cool, don't get me wrong. I work more on the stuff that's not on the train for now. Alright, there's this little smudge. I'm gonna show you guys on the microscope. You guys can see it. There's like a little smudge. There it is. You go the other way. You see that guy? Like a little piece of oxidation or something right there on this pin. Do it as a hobby. Oh, okay. It's even better. That means you do it on your own time. I'm gonna see if I can use my X-Acto blade here to scrape this like crust off the pin. Oh yeah, coming off nicely. Nice. Little scrape. Get that junk off of there. Don't want to go too deep, so I need to use like a shallow angle. It looks like it burrowed in. Okay, it's a little deeper than I wanted. It's not just all surface level. So I don't want to remove too much of the metal material, so I'm just going to leave it like that. I did clean a little bit off, so that's good. Yeah, I don't want to go too deep. Yeah, it burrowed in. I can see it. You can see it's like indented. Okay, well, at least it's cleaner than it was before. Yeah, this cartridge has seen a little bit more use, for sure, than the Sapphire. Man, the microscope is sick. Oh, thank you, man. Yeah, I wanted to really be able to show people what the heck I'm doing as much as I can. I was like, you know what? This stuff's so small. Need to get a microscope camera. So that's what we've been twerking with. And it's been working out. A lot of people enjoy to see things up close, you know? I bought some dog crap microscope off AliExpress, but man, is it horrible and not stable. Sits on those crappy behind plastic stand. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I ended up going with Amscope. These are the ones we use at my day job, so I had a reference to go off of. And me personally, I'm not a huge fan of digital microscopes. I'm still like old-fashioned. I like these binocular styles. And the main reason is the 3D effect. So when you're looking at something with two eyes, you get more 3D depth perception, and I like to have that when I'm soldering. Versus a digital microscope, there's less 3D depth perception. So some people, if you watch them, they're more feel-based. They basically feel when they touch something. I like to visually see that. So this was like a Elon must for me to make sure I had that depth perception. But let's get this cartridge back in its home. Goes like this. Yep, just like that. Get this in there. But yeah, I can't stay up too much longer. It's already almost 1 a.m. for me here on the east side. Alright, boom. Cartridge has been put back together. Let's do a test. Here, let's turn this off. Get this out of the way. Turn this guy off. Wait, did I tin my tip before I put it back? Oh yeah, I did. Alright, cool. Let's test it. Spider-Man's been running pretty good. I don't hear it. The fan's kicking up super high. Yeah, staring at a screen while doing it is way different than staring at it through the eyes. Exactly. That's another aspect. And plus, I'm just so used to looking through a microscope. Sure, it took a while to get used to, though. Yeah, well, I started off on a microscope. And I think it would be much harder for me to, like, go to a digital microscope. It's 12, 31. Minutes. Yeah, I don't care. I'm just gonna try to fast forward through this, zoom through this. Man, these Game Boy games are loud. I'm doing this, I'm going to wrap up my equipment. I like to leave my station in like a uniform state, so when I come back to it, it feels fresh. Oh yeah, forgot to mention today that we got a Discord made that I'll be posting soon. Me and some Discord developers got it cooked up to be pretty robust. Looking forward to having people in the Discord. I think that's gonna be super cool. Because the Discord is gonna be a place where you can like post your hobbies and really like build the pack community for those who want to be in it. Now, obviously, with all Discord servers, there's always gonna be people who be trolling or be reckless or whatever. We'll take care of them, but yeah. I want it to be a space for people if they want to learn about electronics or something. I'm gonna start posting guides in there and things like that. Well, not soon, but that's the plan for the Discord. Might even do like trainings in there, like through screen sharing or like camera. We do some type of training or something. Yeah, let me wrap this one up. Anyway, I'm gonna head out. See you around. Hey, thank you. Fatal Exception. Appreciate you being here, man. See you next time I see you. Running some tests and then we'll be done for the night. Man, today was a good day. We got a lot done. We got 2 PS5s done, Game Boy cartridges, and 2 Game Boy cartridges. I gotta do the stick drift repair on those controllers, but I'm only one dude. Alright, let's see. Let's save. Would you like to save? Yes, I would like to save. Saving, don't turn off the power. Save the game. Good. Move. Alright, let's turn it off. Turn it back on. Alright, let's see. Let's see if the save data is there. Boom. The continue option is there. So we know it works. Alright, battery has been replaced. Alright. It's alright, I can put these in the delivery. Yeah. What was in this bag? Where did this bag come from? Oh, the new battery. Well, nice. Alright, let me package this up. Down here shortly. Properly dispose of this battery. Not detecting overheating from that PS5, y'all. I think it's safe to say it's good, but I'm gonna run some stuff, run Spider-Man a little longer on it overnight until it goes to sleep at least, and we'll go from there. But yeah, everybody, appreciate y'all being here. Today was a really good stream. I appreciate all the newcomers who came through. It's always awesome to see new names. Like Billtron, Player One was in the YouTube chat. That was super cool. Gote, Fatal exception. Torn meniscus. Real nice to have y'all. Now let's see about this this PS5. I want to see how it's running. See if I can hear any like the fan kicking on very high speed. Oh yeah, that thing is running so much quieter. Oh yeah, that did it. This thing is running so quiet. It's running so quiet. And this is in Spider-Man. Before it was like almost dying, and it was Sonic Frontiers, which is definitely not as demanding as Spider-Man. Hey, he rocking the biscuits. He's got the biscuits. The biscuits. Man, 5 hours. Dang, it's been 5.5 hours? Oh my word. We've been at it. Holy moly. Yeah, holy smokes. That's crazy. Trying to think of anything else I need to do. Yeah, tomorrow I'm not streaming, but I'll be knocking out some troubleshooting, the more in-depth troubleshooting. Like this Xbox with the power issue, it has a short on the 12-volt rail. I'll have to look into that some more. But yeah, everyone, appreciate you being here. Yeah, Gote, see you, man. Have a good night. But alright, everybody, thank you all for tuning in. Again, I appreciate it. Today was awesome. It was a good day to come back and see a bunch of new people, new usernames. I think that's always cool. But I gotta go to sleep. I got a meeting early tomorrow for my day job that I gotta attend. Alright, everybody. Till next time. Peace.